other is doing it. That is why I am also doing it. वो ज़्यादा जाट के अनाज check कर रहा हूँ. My friends, yes, I get influenced by my friends. My friends are doing it. I don't want to do it, sir, but then I will feel that I will get that FOMO feeling. All are doing in my.
Yeah, so you can. मुझे 3 पिन प्लग ला के रख दे यहाँ पर। लेटर ऑन 3 पिन प्लग 2-3 ला के रख दे। ठीक है, हर क्लास में एक रख दे लगा। सॉकेट कम नहीं पड़ेगा। बिकॉज मार्केट के लिए मेरे को ये ऑन रखना पड़ता है। मुझे जूम जूम good mode go no problem do I have to online link
Online link is
I don't have to turn anything only recording
recording, yes.
adjusting from down somewhere let him finish usually I start but when I have no time then is it done right good morning everyone how are you all guys doing fine all right so in the last 1.5 hour you must have come to know everything about CA Foundation. All right. Now let me ask personal question from you. Why you want to become CA? Have you been pushed to become CA by your parents, or you have come here on your own volition? All right. It means there is no lack of passion among you. Correct? Right. You are ready to work hard, and as Aditya sir said that you have to take the examination paper, test papers. You cannot skip it. That's the most important part of curriculum. So take it seriously, whether you are prepared or not prepared, that doesn't matter. It will help you figure out where you stand, where you are lacking, so that you can work on your weaker sections. So I'll be taking your economics, something about myself. I've been associated with Yeshas Academy since 2010. All right, I've taught more than 15,000 students. I used to take classes for intermediate as well. I used to take classes for civil services as well in Delhi. And I also take classes for stock market investment and capital market portfolio management here at Yeshas Academy. Now, as far as is concerned, you have to strictly rely on the class notes. The book that will be given to you as reference, you can go through that book, but even if you don't go, no problem, but bring that book to the classroom every single day. Every single day. I don't want any student saying, sir, I have not bought the book today. Because what is important are the questions given at the back of those books. And after every topic, not every chapter, after every topic we cover, we will be going through the questions so that it can give you a fair idea with regard to what kind of questions they ask, whether it's a tricky questions or how they try to make the question complex, because economics is a objective paper. All right. So sometimes you may not know which option is correct, but you may have a fair idea about which option is wrong. So you can get the right answer through option hunting. So all these tricks and skills we will be learning as we go about. Now, before I start, how many of you have studied economics at any point in time in your school and college curriculum? Just raise your hand. Okay, that's around 30%. So 70% of you have never studied economics. See, I don't have problem with the students who have not studied economics. I have problem with the students who have studied economics because they've studied in the wrong way, and the way they have studied is not going to help them clear this examination. Remember, it's a competitive examination where survival of the fittest is there. So the way you have learned in your school or in your college, wherein marks are given according to the length and breadth of the answer you write, you underline everything in the book and try to cram and rote learn and everything, that's not going to help. Right? For the students who have not studied economics, the glass is empty. I will fill it the way I want. So they are going to study from the scratch. So I don't have problem with them. But the students who have studied economics, please, you need to upgrade your knowledge as we go through the classes. All right, understood. So you have to take down every note, and remember, at the end of the session, it means when economics is finally over, because one subject will not go on like forever, right? It doesn't matter how good the subject it is. You will see me every day, you will get bored. I don't get bored seeing my students. But so you'll have few days of economics class, then it will rotate to other subject, then again some other subject, and then maybe economics will come back, and then some other subject. So it means on a rotational basis, the subjects will happen. No subject will be covered in a way starts today and completely finish off. Now, why we don't do that? Because what happens here is that if I start economics today and I finish it off within the next 20-25 days, let's say for example, then you will never study economics till before your examination. Correct. And before your examination, you will only remember the subject that has happened in the last. You have forgotten all other three subjects. In order to avoid that, this rotation is done. And also to keep the sessions interesting. Every 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 days you see new faculty. Right. Change is important. हर दिन पानी पूरी खा खा के बोर हो जाएगा ना, कभी पिज्जा भी चाहिए. You can go back to pani puri again. Right. So you have to take down the class notes. At the end of the entire economic session, you will be given a book containing around 1800 questions. Now, those questions have been strategically formed. You have to only solve those questions. Nobody can stop you from clearing the examination. On top of that, I will also provide you for the subject of economics a quick revision note. Right. That will help you revise 24-25 days of class in a matter of less than 1 day. But for that, you will understand those notes only when you have attended class and you have the class notes ready. So if you get stuck, you can open the class notes and go through it, and then you will understand the quick revision note. Clear? So we are going to provide you everything. All right. Instant noodle है. आपको बना के भी दे दिया मैं मैगी. आपको खाने का है. And if you say, sir, I cannot eat, then God help the queen. So nobody can help you then. So you have to work hard, and remember, you will be taking examination when? January. and this is now June. So July, August, I'm forgiving June. July, August, September, October, November, December. All right, January maybe second week examination. So it means 6.5 months. If I add half of June, then it means 7 months you have. 7 months is enough to crack the examination very easily if you just give 2.5 hours every day. That's it. The problem comes when you go through the, I mean, you don't study for 5 days and then you try to study for 7 hours one day. It's not going to help. So, little bit of study every day, and before 1 month before the examination, you will say, Sir, it's November, I'm ready to take the examination. Itna revision ho gaya. That should be the case. So, it means in order to build a very robust strategy, even though your examination is in January, you consider your examination is in December. Make a mental note of it. So your mind will fight to prepare by the first week of December. So in your mind you think नहीं नहीं January में exam नहीं है, examination December में है. Right? Clear? So you will fight to prepare 1 month before the examination and your life will be very very easy. It is as simple as that. Right? So and economics, you have 10 chapters in economics, but every chapter doesn't have the same breadth. For example, chapter 1 will get over in around 2 days, 1.5, 2 days. But chapter 2 will take 6 days to get over. Clear? So every chapter doesn't have the same breadth. Chapter 2 is the lengthiest chapter. Chapter 6 is the trickiest chapter. In your microeconomics, which is up till chapter 4, you'll be getting close to 70 diagram based questions. 70 diagram based question. But the problem is in the examination, they'll not give the diagram. So it means the question is on diagram, but in the question paper, there is no diagram. It means you have to recall the diagram in your head and then answer the question. And the only way you can recall the diagram if you have understood the story behind the diagram. I will make it as easy as possible because best part of the subject of economics is that it's a part of our life. So I'll give you examples which is not given in books. A non-conventional example that will help you relate to every diagram to your everyday life. All right. For example, law of variable proportion. When I teach, I take you to the kitchen and I tell you how to make tea. And if you understood how to make tea, you will understand the concept of law of variable proportion. As simple as that. So, abhi examination mein law of variable proportion, you can think about from the perspective of making tea. Now, these examples are tailor-made examples. You will not find these examples in any book. These examples I made so that I can make it easier for the students to understand even complex topics. All right. In national income, Keynesian model, you have various equations. All right. Even in national income, you have multiple equations. Students will sit down and start rote learning the equation. और अभी एक जगह bx की जगह एक जगह yx लिख दिया खत्म हो गया. All right. So no, I'll take you to the story behind the formula, and I'll teach you how to make the formula yourself. So you don't have to learn the formula. All right. You can derive the formula in your head. So these are the tricks that you have to learn to score better in the subject of economics. Now, at some point in time, economics, it becomes too theoretical, so it becomes little boring. All right. But understand, dear, boring or not, ICI is going to ask question from it. All right. I will try to make it as interesting as possible. All right. You have to be with me. And one thing I don't like about students when they have a sad face. Life is short, Ray. Correct? We all are going to die one day, isn't it? I will die, you will die. 80 years of life you have got. Now only 65 maybe. If you're sad always, you're losing your calm in the life. So always keep smiling and problem will solve automatically. All right. I am one of those teachers who have been beaten by their teachers a lot in their school. It means almost every teacher has beaten me. So I made it a point that no, I will not be a different teacher. All right. So keep smiling, keep interacting. When I ask you a question, give me the answer. Don't think whether it's a wrong or right answer because you see, most of us think, oh my god, what my friends will think, what an idiotic answer I've given. let it be. Your friend is not going to make you CA, you are going to make yourself a CA. So don't hesitate. Answer the question. I never make fun of my students when they give a funny answer. We all laugh together. Don't worry. Clear? So don't need to worry. And again, one more important, last important thing, do not miss any class. Why? I can understand there can be some emergency, some situation. Sometimes you have to necessarily go to fill up a form in college. That is the last date and everything. But if for any reason you miss the class, ensure that on that very same day you watch the recording. Why I'm saying this? Because if you miss one day of class, that is 5 hours of work you have to do extra. And next day you have again 5 hours of class. So it means 10 hours you have to study. And the concept will also multiply. What if you miss 3 days of class? Is it possible to cover that? And if you miss 4 days of class, 20 hours, 5 hours of this class. Nature has given you only 24 hours. Will you not sleep? So after missing 4 days of class, you reach a point of no return. It means now you have to slowly cover that. You don't have time. That it means you have basically lost 60% of the advantage to clear the examination just by missing four. So a point of no return के पास चला जाता है ना student. Then they will say, okay, January is not my cup of tea. I will take the examination, in the month of May. So don't let it happen. If you miss it, please watch the session because in the subject, when we go to chapter 2 onwards, we'll say, for example, we are studying outlay method. Now, the application of outlay method will come in the concept of revenue in chapter 3 and 4. It will also come in the concept of, market competition. So it means if you have missed this outlay method, and now after 7 days we are studying about the concept of revenue, after 12 days we are studying about, let's say, the market competition, you will say, sir, समझ में नहीं आया. क्यों नहीं समझ में आया? क्योंकि आप 15 दिन पहले outlay method miss कर गया था. Now when I'm connecting the dot, you are not able to understand. So everything is interlinked here. All right. So enough of statutory warning. Let's begin. So, and keep a separate notebook for every subject. Long notebook, wide notebook. Don't keep a short notebook. Okay. So, chapter 1. Introduction to economics. Now, the subject is business economics. I'll come to that. But first, introduction to economics. You see, the word economics has been derived from the Greek word oikonomia. Oikonomia, right? What does it mean? It means household management. So oiko means household. Don't write anything. I'll explain everything. I'll give you the write up. Don't worry. Whatever I write, I explain it because I've got the most beautiful handwriting in the world. If I don't dictate, you will not be able to understand anything here. Now, this is the best handwriting you're getting. As we go ahead, you'll see how I'll torture you with my handwriting. So, household and nomia means management. Household management. But the question is, what is a household? Hmm? Any idea? Anybody? Bolo. Anybody? Try. Open up. Communication is a very important deal of becoming a CA. You're going for an interview at KPMG, they're asking a question, you'll say, sir, you are going. All right. Tell me, what is a household? Family. Family is only household. What else? I'm living with my friend in a PG accommodation. I've gone to study somewhere. In the PG, there are 550 students are living. We all are just living like a family only, but it's a PG accommodation. Many of you are living in the PG, right? Is it a household? No. Okay. I'm living in a hostel facility provided by my college. Is it a household? No. I'm living with my friend, not necessarily girlfriend, friend I mentioned. Is it a household? No. All of these are household. Household is a place where a group of people live. As simple as that. You can be living with your family, you can be living with your friends, you will be living in your hostel. It's a household. Now, why household has been given such an important place in the subject of economics? Because household own all factor inputs which are used by businesses to produce goods and services. Now, what are factor inputs? Factor inputs are those things without which you cannot produce anything. I want to produce this pen. I need material. Material becomes a factor input. I need labor. Labor becomes a factor input. I need money to buy machinery and I need money for working capital. Money becomes a factor input. Correct? All these are factor inputs. Without these factor inputs, is production a possibility? No. So why do I say household own all factor inputs? Say for example, not for example, in reality, you have become a CA. All right. Now you are joining KPMG, you are joining Deloitte or any other firm. Do you belong to any? Do you belong to any businessman? No, you belong to a household. You have become a doctor. Now, for example, because you cannot become a doctor. All right. So you have become a doctor. You're working in Apollo Hospital. Apollo Hospital is a business organization, commercial hospital. Do you think Apollo Hospital owns you? No. Can I say labor belongs to the household and the household provides every kind of labor to businesses? If every doctor says that I will start my own practice, I will not work in on any hospital, even the biggest of the hospital have to shut down tomorrow, isn't it? If every CA says that I will start my own practice, I will not work for any firm, even the big four have to shut down their operation. Because without labor, what can you do? Nothing. Okay, labor belongs to the household. Then you can say, sir, I am a businessman. ICICI Bank से मैं loan लिया. I've taken loan from ICICI Bank. ICICI Bank is a business. SBI is a commercial bank. ICICI is a commercial bank. HDFC is a commercial bank. Correct? So I have taken a loan from a business. Where the household comes from in this case? Because we say household own all factor input and these factor input are divided into 5 M's. क्या है? Men. Men doesn't mean only man, means labor. Yes, dear. What do you find here? You're able to get it? Okay. Okay. Right. So 5 M's. Men means labor here. Money, men, money, materials, machines, and methods. Chalo, men I said belong to the household. But money I'm borrowing from business. That is bank, isn't it? Yeah. But the thing is, whose money is being lent to business? Ambani goes and borrows 10,000 crore rupees from State Bank of India. Whose money do you think bank is given to any businessman? Public money. If everybody who is having bank account in the State Bank of India says, I will withdraw all my money and close my account, do you think the bank will have even 1 rupee to give as loan to anybody? No. So it is the public money that the bank is lending to businesses. And what is the benefit for the bank? Because the bank has said that on your savings deposit, I'll give you 3%. On your fixed deposit, I'll give you 6.5, 7%. But when the bank is lending, housing loan at 8%, personal loan at 15%, business loan at 12%. It means the bank is collecting more money from there. Bank is giving less money to you. The remaining, after deducting cost of operating the banking system, is pure profit for the bank. So, can I say money also belong to the household? Yes. Then you will say, sir, IPO, company will raise money through IPO. Baba, IPO who applies? Public offer बोलते हैं ना, public will buy. But institutional investors also purchase IPO. Correct? Big institutions, they purchase IPO not from their money. They also finance the purchase of IPO by going to the bank and taking temporary short-term loan from the bank. NSE का IPO आने वाला है. Correct? Many people will buy, you and me will buy. There will be many big institutions, they will also buy. But when the institutions are buying, they will go and get it financed from the bank. So it means whether you want or not, your money is participating in the capital market. All right. Then there are materials. So materials, sir, I am buying material to produce this pen from another business. My question is how that business is running. Labor from the household, money from the household. Correct. If labor and money from the household doesn't flow to that business, do you think that this material can be produced? So same logic with machine. If I'm buying machine from other business, and other business is also financed from the money and labor from the household. Then comes method. अभी एप्पल फोन निकाला, पीछे एक कैमरा, पीछे दो कैमरा, पीछे 5 कैमरा, पीछे 50 कैमरा. Technological innovation. Correct. Who does it? Apple is a company, it's a artificial entity, it doesn't have a mind on its own. COVID vaccine was invented by AstraZeneca, Covishield. But who worked in Covishield? Who are the brain behind that COVID vaccine? The biotechnicians, genetic scientists, they are the ones, doctors, they are the ones, correct? So it means the brain behind every successful company belongs to the researchers and inventors. They also belong to the household. So all factor inputs belong to the household. That's not it. यहाँ पे स्टोरी खत्म नहीं हुआ. ये season 1 है. Season 2 क्या बोलता है? The household will receive money from the businesses for the factor input. If I have given you my money, I will receive interest. Correct. If I have given you my labor, I will receive salary and wages. I have sold you material, I'll receive revenue, income, so on and so forth. What will I do with this money? What will I do with this money? I will buy the goods that you have produced. Say, for example, again, not example, reality. You have become a CA. You are working in the service industry, service sector. At the end of the month, you got your first salary, 1.5 lakh, happy. What you'll do with this money? You'll buy more pizza. Alright. पहले वैलेंटाइन डे सेलिब्रेट करता था, अभी वैलेंटाइन डे भी, रोज डे भी, टेडी बियर डे भी सेलिब्रेट करेगा. करेक्ट. यू विल कंज्यूम मोर, यू विल बाय मोर फोन्स. हॉटस्टार सब्सक्रिप्शन है, नेटफ्लिक्स भी लेगा. अभी फोन पुराना हो गया, नया लेगा. टेलीविजन बिग स्क्रीन चाहिए, न्यू क्लॉथ चाहिए. So you have made money from one business, but eventually your money is going to whom? Back to the businesses. So it means households, they generate consumption, they create demand. Without demand, businesses will not be able to make profit. So basically, you are providing your service, and with the money, you are buying the goods produced by various business. You remove household from the equation, everything will fall apart. That's why household has been given such a prominent place in the subject of economics. Now, if you have understood this concept, this idea, is it clear or not? Then you will be able to answer any tricky question that they can ask you about. So let's quickly write. The word economics has been derived from the Greek word oikonomia, 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 which means which means household management, which means household management. Full stop. Underline household management, underline oikonomia. Oikonomia. Full stop. Households have been given households have been given an important place in the subject of economics, an important place in the subject of economics because because households households own every factor inputs. Households own every factor inputs which are used by businesses to produce various goods and services. To produce various goods and services. Full stop. These factor inputs these factor inputs are divided into 5 M's. 5 M's, which are noted down: men, money, material, methods, and machine. Men, money, material, methods, and machine. Yeah. Now, Robbins plays a very, very important role when it comes to the fundamental reality which gave birth to the subject of economics. We call it as the law of scarcity. He gave the law of scarcity. And the idea behind law of scarcity is the basic premise, like the basic premise foundation, or you can call it problem of allocation and central problems in economics. One by one, we'll study this concept. But first, what is the law of scarcity? What does it say? It says that human wants can never be satisfied. In fact, we are living in a world when human beings don't know the difference between want. Want and desire is the same thing. You can call it want, you can call it desire. So, human do not know how to differentiate between want and need. What will you say is the difference between want and need? Need is something that is important to survive. Want in something, want may be a need, may not be a need. Every need becomes a want, but every want is not necessarily a need. So, for example, I can say I need water. I cannot survive. You cannot survive without it. I need food. We cannot survive without it. You cannot say I need Rolex watch. क्या हार्ट अटैक हो गया डॉक्टर के पास गया अभी अर्जेंटली बाय वन रोलेक्स वॉच टू सेव योर लाइफ नो यू वांट अ रोलेक्स वॉच यू डोंट नीड अ रोलेक्स वॉच व्हेन यू से यू नीड then wrong hai right there is a difference between the two terms. So he said that human wants can never be satisfied. Well, never, what does it mean? It means that when one want is met, another will take its place. Well, is it necessary, sir? If it was not necessary, the world would be a beautiful place and everybody will become Gautam Buddha. All right. Ambani will say, बहुत पैसा कमा लिया अभी 4 बार बेटा का एक ही बंदा से शादी कर दिया अभी नहीं चाहिए ले लो मेरा पैसा. That is not a possibility. You have become a CA. Many times I'll say you have become a CA, you will actually become a CA. So, you bought a car for yourself. Let's say Maruti Swift खरीदा. You are very happy, moment of pride. All right. मैं फर्स्ट मंथ का सैलरी पे EMI लेके गाड़ी खरीदा. Why you are feeling, you know, pride? Why this pride is there? My grandparents never owned a car. My parents bought their first car after 10 years of their job. I, on the other hand, bought the car on the first month of my job. Right. Listening to the song, whistling in the wind, and then a Mercedes Benz honks behind you and overtakes you. All your smile will go away. You will not like the song anymore. Nobody stole anything from you. But now the degree of happiness has significantly fallen down. Why? Because as that car is going beyond your sight, you are thinking, काश मेरे पास भी इतना पैसा होता कि मैं ये गाड़ी लेता. My question is, if you get that car, will you be happy about it? Repeat the process. Now you are happy. I bought a bloody Mercedes Benz. You're driving. And then somebody honks behind you, a Lamborghini or a Ferrari overtakes you. Again, you will become sad. So, you will never be satisfied. All right. You'll never be satisfied, and one day you'll die. You see, a situation has come to this that people in Europe and America, they also purchase their coffin before they die. Yeah, pre-booking होता है. इंडिया में तो प्री बुकिंग फोन होता है. Where many people have started pre-booking their coffin. Anytime I'll die, I'm 80 years old, so book कर लो, because after I die, my kid will put in a proper coffin. भाई तू मरने जा रहा है, अभी तू कॉफिन में जाएगा या कैसा क्वालिटी डजंट मैटर, बट स्प्रूस महागोनी कॉफिन पॉलिश्ड, इसके ऊपर एंजल का सिल्वर से बना है, गोल्ड एम्ब्रॉयडरी है. यस, दे डू इट. राइट. So finally, your desire will only stop when your heart will stop. Otherwise, not possible. Or you have to become a saint. Today, saint is making big business. I'm an atheist. I don't believe in any religion. I don't believe in any God and everything. God is a creation of human beings. You can follow your own religion, no problem at all. But the thing is, now religion is the biggest business in the world. What if I tell you, Church of England is a church. It owns equity share in more than 100 Fortune 500 companies. Church of England holds shares in Tesla, in Apple, in Coca-Cola, in Berkshire Hathaway. Imagine, church owning equity share. What? Billions of dollars, not millions, billions of dollars. All right. So, by some estimate, Church of England has got so much of money that will be close to half the GDP of our country. Can you imagine? Church hai, institution nahi, business institution nahi hai. So it means when you know what is dividend, right? You're commerce students, right? So it means every year hundreds of millions of dollars of dividend Church of England runs. Donation आता है इसका company से in the form of dividend. And you know the worst part, those dividends are taxable in people's hand, not in church's hand, because church is a trust. All right, clear. So anyways, so desire will never end. And that brings us to the three basic foundation choice making over which the entire subject of economic rest that was given by Lionel Robbins. He said that there are scarcity of resources, which we sometimes also say as limited resources, but limited resources with respect to or in relation to what? In relation to unlimited wants or desire. Everybody wants more. The want never stops. Everything cannot be provided to everybody. You see, food is necessary. Without food, I'll die. Okay. If they give one of the option that rice is food and so rice is necessary, is the statement true or false? Correct? False. Hai. So this where the hairline difference in concept comes. Food is necessity. A specific kind of food is not a necessity. Otherwise, an Italian will say, मेरे को पास्ता नहीं मिला मैं तो मर जाएगा. भाई पास्ता नहीं मिला ब्रेड खा. Can a person say if I don't get rice I'll die? No. Buy wheat. Correct. Buy bajra. Buy ragi. You love to have dosa. Every day you have dosa. You look like a dosa. Let's say, for example, can you say if I don't have dosa, I will die? Oh my God, मैं मर जाएगा. I'll starve to die because I'm not getting dosa. All the dosa joints have been shut down by the government. Panic all around. Can you say? Tell me. No. If you say this to me, I'll say, go and have idli. बोले सर idli I don't like. एक glass दूध पी लो. बोला सर I don't like. बोले अंडा खा लो. बोला सर I don't like. Burger खा लो. I don't like. I say okay, you die. For you is really a necessity. So that's an exception. But understand, food is necessary. Specific kind of food is not necessary. Otherwise, we can say water is necessary. Somebody will say नहीं नहीं मेरे लिए mineral water necessary है. मेरे को mineral water नहीं मिला मैं मर जाएगा. Right? Here. So no. Because we are living in a world so upside down that a bloody water bottle is also sold at 500 rupees. वो काला bottle आता है ना alkaline water. What foolish thing. Alkaline water का differentiation create कर दिया. Spring water, mineral rich water, high magnesium water. And it's all, remember, it's all about demand and supply. We're studying about capitalist economy, but I'll tell you that in a capitalist economy, funny part is that if you want to consume garbage, there'll be some company will produce garbage for you. All right. Where there is demand, there will be supply because demand creates opportunity for a seller. Clear? If you say, sir, I like to eat dust, there will be company who will start selling dust. You see, no. How is it so that bloody pumpkin seeds cost more than the whole pumpkin? Go on and try to buy pumpkin seeds from Amazon. Pumpkin seed 250 gram 700 rupees. भाई 5 किलो का pumpkin 200 रुपए का मिलता है. You are getting 250 gram pumpkin seeds at 3 times the price of pumpkin. So it means demand for pumpkin seed, all the on क्या बोलते हैं influencers on Instagram, pumpkin seed is high in magnesium, consume it. Baba, you have to consume 2 kilograms of pumpkin seed to get your requirement of magnesium. But people are eating seed today. खाना खाओ भाई, roti, dal, dosa, idli, sambar. People are eating seed, chia seed, pumpkin seed, sunflower seed. Very soon will become cows and buffaloes. Seed खा खा के. So demand has been created and supply has been. And if the demand is very high, they will charge you a very high price. Correct? Right? So unlimited want or desire, they create a stress on the scarcity because everybody wants more. And then third one is alternate use of resources. What does this mean? One resource can be used in many ways. For example, time is a resource, but there is scarcity of time. You will get only 24 hours, not a second more, not a second less. If you and you have the option of utilizing the time in a productive manner or an unproductive manner, करेक्ट. अनप्रोडक्टिव मैनर क्या है? स्वाइप कर रहा, आप देख रहा है 10:30 कल क्लास है, 11:30 स्वाइप स्वाइप अप 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 अप, 1:30 होगा कि नहीं? आई एम नॉट सेइंग entertainment is not important, it is important, right, to basically de-stress, but only entertainment will give you stress. I'm not among the teacher will tell you nahi. Students say no sir, मैं 4 घंटे सो के पढ़ता. मैं बोला तू idiot है. All right. Why? Because by sleeping less, you're not saving time, you're wasting time. Minimum at your age, 8 hours of sleep is necessary. Because if you sleep lesser than that and you're studying tired next morning, then to understand the same concept that you would have covered in half an hour, it will take you 2.5 hours. So have you actually saved time by not sleeping? So please sleep adequately. And if you sleep adequately, your mind will be fresh and your concept will get clear very because it's a machine. If it is stressed, then in the wrong way, then you cannot stress it in the right way because it's already stressed. All right. So sleep, you have got enough time in the world here. All right. स्टूडेंट बोलते हैं सर संडे को क्या करेंगे? संडे को जाके सोएगा. क्यों सोएगा रे? तू सो नहीं रहा है क्या घर पे? All right. 5 hours of class at Yeshas, 1 hour of traveling maybe, 6 hours gone. How many hours left? 18 hours. If you sleep for 8 hours, 10 hours is left. Food, drink, nature's call, everything. 2 hours, 3 hours, 7 hours है ना entertainment का. करो. Correct. Alright. 7 hours entertainment में but 2 hours आप study को भी देने का. So can you give 2 hours to study and 5 hours entertainment? If you give even 2 hours every day right now, you don't have to give 6 hours before the examination. Correct. So management. So by the same logic, piece of land can be used to construct a hospital, to grow food crop, to set up an IT firm, a bank, a school, a university. What should we do? It depends upon the economic situation in the country. If there is decline in agricultural output, then this land should be used for producing crop. If there is increase in the illiteracy level, then this land should be used to produce colleges and universities. If there are lack of hospital due to which people are lining up outside the hospital which are already there, then you should spend money to construct a hospital over there. So it means you have to optimally allocate resources in order to get the positive outcome. Because if you do not do that, then you are gone. All right. If industrial production is declining due to which unemployment is rising, then that land should be used to set up industries. It's simple. Person is hungry. You felt compassionate about it. You gave an Baba 500 rupees low. जाके meal खरीदो. Baba this 500 rupees and bought drugs. Baba want to go high, get high. All right. Don't you think Baba will go even higher after some time? Correct. So it means Baba had the option to survive by buying food, 3 days of meal in a cheap restaurants or dosa joint and everything he would have got. By this time, somebody else would have given him some money, would have been able to survive. But Baba, high okay so raha hai. Baba will die. So alternate use of resources. Did he use the resource that is money in an optimal manner? No. So will the outcome be good or bad? Outcome will be bad. So the economy has to use resources in the most optimal way to get the desired outcome, positive outcome. Otherwise, you're gone. Clear? So let's write down. Lionel Robbins, Lionel, Lionel Robbins, Robbins, Lionel Robbins, gave the law of scarcity, gave the law of scarcity Full stop. According to this law, according to this law, human wants slash desire, human wants slash desire can never be can never be completely satisfied. Can never be completely satisfied because when one desire is met, another will take its place. Because when one desire is met, another will take its place. First. But a always faces society always faces the problem of choice making. Underline problem of choice making. Choice making is the biggest, you can say dilemma in the subject of economics. Why? Because every day human is making some choice or the other. Now some choice are made on a daily basis. Some choice are made which will have long term perspective, long term outcome. For example, you have made a choice to become a CA. Your parents have made a choice to support you and finance your studies so that you can become a CA. Correct? But after you become a CA, their choice will change then. Now बच्चा CA बन गया. अभी क्या होगा? Most of your parents will get registered to shadi.com, matrimonial.com. Now the choice is different. And every day they will show you 10 photographs. Choose one. There also you are making a choice. Correct? To both girls and boys, it will happen. Don't worry. Right? And then you will make a choice. Some choices will live for you for the rest of your life, so make a better choice. If you make the wrong choice there, it's not an idli dosa choice. You have to live with that idli dosa for the rest of your life. रोज खराब डोसा खाए तू. All right. But later on, I'll tell you that do not get married after you become CA. Why? Because I will tell you a trick later on, not now. If you're good students, I'll tell you that how can you retire by just working less than 20 years? Because what happens here, you see, you have why you are born dear. You are not born to put into slavery. Correct? आप पढ़ा पढ़ाई किया CA बना and then you are working your way up. Now, if you are in the government job, government will kick you out at 60. But in the private sector, I've seen people working when they're 70 also. You know, why you are working? I'm passionate about working. Passionate about working. Oh my God, cut the bullshit. You'll die one day. Enjoy your life. So, anyways, they are working so late. Either they are idiots or they don't have enough money. But the second one is more the it is basically has a higher percentage. Even if you retire at 60, can you enjoy your life with 20 years of your life, but you are an old man? Not very old, but ठीक है 10 साल बाद one leg will be on the grave. Can you go for adventure sports? Bungee jumping करेगा, you'll be scared. Half body up, half down will हो जाएगा तो. You will not do. You'll go on a trekking. Your heart will start pumping. One burger you'll have, you'll call your doctor. Doctor, my blood pressure तो नहीं होगा. Burger खा लिया मैं. But if you retire at 40, right, then don't you think you can enjoy your life? Correct. But for that, you have to have enough money. Well, sir, why didn't you retire? Abhi 1 year to go. Right, I'll do that. My wife has taken retirement when she is 38 years old. Now, is it a possibility to retire just by working 15, 16, or 18 years? And you'll have enough money to live the rest of your life without working? And the fun part, the best part, the When you spend your money doesn't come down. In fact, if you spend every year, let's say 1.5 crore rupees of your wealth, next year you will have 2.5 crore extra in your account. If you spend again 2 crore next year, then you will have another 4 crore back in your account. Is it a possibility? But yes, it's a possibility. Can it be done? Yes, it can be done. I'll show you how it is done. You don't need too much of money to make money. You need discipline to make money. Everybody can become rich. But the thing is, you have to control something. That is difficult. Discipline is difficult. But if you are disciplined, you have the choice of living like a middle income earning family for the rest of your life, or live like a middle income earning lower middle income से 10% कम inferior रहेगा 10% कम, that's it, 10 to 15%, and remaining you live like a king. You can afford to have 2 lakh rupees breakfast in a restaurant. Can you do that? Yes. Every one of you can do it. Every single one of you. You want to learn it how? Later on, I'll tell you. So now here, choice making becomes critical. Everybody is making a choice. Every day you are making a choice. Your mom gives you 100 rupees. You are thinking about Yeshas Academy. Should I take auto? Then I'll have be left with this much of money. In that, I'll not get masala dosa. Chalo, aaj bus leke jayega. You're making a choice. Should I buy a house in JP Nagar or Manshankri or Jayanagar? With this money in Jayanagar, I'll get this much of house. Itna area, utna area. You're making a choice. All right. Somebody in UP today, right at this point, maybe making a choice. My boy is getting married. Kitna dowry lega? I want to sell my boy to the girl's parents. Everybody is making a choice every single time. All right. Even after 10 o'clock, when I'll give you break, you will make a choice. क्या खाएगा? जो घर से लाया वो तो choice ले लिया morning में. जो घर से खाना नहीं लाया, they will go and they will make a choice. Should I have idli? Should I have vada? Should I have bisibili bhat or what? You are making a choice. So it means you all are working like an economist at every single point in your life. That's the most important thing and the most interesting thing that you have to realize about economics. You cannot avoid, you can run, but you cannot hide from the subject of economics. And I will promise you one thing, I will open up the world to you. Not only books knowledge, I'll give you so much of information about so much of interesting thing about many things that you did not know it happens. Right? You will be more smarter person after your 25 days of economic classes are over. All right. You will get to know about things. So it means you can keep your this notebook like forever. It will teach you the skill of life. All right. So we'll come to that one by one. So law of scarcity. Now, from these three foundation comes what is known as central problem. So let's first write down. We have already written law of scarcity. We have already written choice. So write down. Next, continue writing next paragraph. The problem of choice. The problem of choice gave rise to. The problem of choice gave rise to the three basic foundation. The three basic foundation or premise. Premise. Three basic foundation or premise upon which the subject of economic upon which the subject of economics rest upon which the subject of economics rest. These are, copy this, scarcity of resources or limited resources, unlimited wants and desires, or alternative use of resources. Now, just listen, I'll give you the write up after the class, not now, after the break. Now, this gives rise to some central problems in economics. It's all connected, which relates to allocation of resources. We'll be studying in public finance. Allocation of resources यहाँ से शुरू होता है और खत्म होता है chapter 7 में. So, what is allocation of resource? Allocation of resource relate to how I'm spending my resource to get a better outcome. For example, a businessman, how they will allocate resource. A businessman thinks I am producing, let's say, water bottle. There is an opportunity for producing plastic toys. There is opportunity for producing calculator. How much of profit can I get from there? Is it better than here? And what is the growth prospect of this particular industry? So I'm thinking about how can I allocate it, means how can I use the profit from this business to start another business. You are allocating resources. You are running a household, have kids, you have old parents living with you. Every month you get salary, you may be doctor, engineer, CA, you are getting salary, you are allocating resources. Okay, this much of money for grocery bill, this much of money for electricity bill, this much of money for rent, this much of money for my kids' education, this much of money I'm saving little by little because I want to go for a vacation. You are what doing what? You are putting the money into various boxes to have a decent life. Correct? Government goes through allocation. What is budget? We'll be studying about budget. What is budget? Allocation of resources. Government says that I want to increase the GDP of the country to $7 trillion in the next 5 years. I need to grow at 8% every year for the next 5 years for that reason, if we want to achieve that. If in any year the growth rate was less than 8%, it means in the remaining year we have to grow at more than 8%. But government will have to first realize that why we did not grow 8% this year. Where is the problem? Primary sector, secondary sector, or tertiary sector? Where the output has come down? Oh, output has come down in the secondary sector. Unemployment is rising in the in the secondary sector. So let's pump money into the secondary sector. Let's give subsidies to the business. Let's do startup India. Let's give a breather in terms of tax holidays to the businesses. So what the government is doing? Allocating resources. Everywhere there is allocation of resources that is happening. So that brings us to what is known as central problems in economics, or central question with regard to what to produce, how much to produce, for whom to produce, how to produce, and what provision should be made for future generations. All right. So we will cover these central problems after the break. Now remember, today it was the session started with a orientation, but every day your classes will begin. Actual classes will begin sharply at 7:30, 10 o'clock. You'll be given break 10 to 10:30, and then from 10:30 to 1 o'clock you'll have another session. In between, sometimes I will give you breather. Breather kya hai? I know it's a theory subject, so when it becomes too overboard, in the next session you can ask me, sir, 5 minutes relief de do. I'll give it to you, but once only you'll get it. So you can relax, close your eyes. If you want to go to the washroom, not all in group, you can do that. 5 minutes breather. Sometimes at 9:15 exactly I will give you breather from my end if it's required, because I always am sitting on a lot of hedged position that I have to clear when the market opens exactly at 9:15. Right? Clear. So for now you can go for the break. Be back by 10:30. All right. And concession is only up to 5 minutes. उसके बाद गेट बंद हो जाएगा. Right? It means by 10:35 you have to enter the class. 10:30 the class starts if you are late. Down, please. Sit down, please. Reading, please. Morning, good morning. All right. The trading cells are super trading. The channel is still there, dear, but right now Telegram is down, so I'm not able to post any trade that I'm taking right now. So when it comes, I'll post. All right. So we have written about the basic foundation of premise in economics. So from there, comes the central problem, because central problems is all about resource allocation, choice making, what to produce, how much to produce. Now, what do you mean by what to produce? So if say, for example, in an economy, if there are more people dying due to less vaccines available, then of course vaccines should be produced, right? If we have to import a lot of food crop, because India is dependent on the vagaries of monsoon, then we should do something about it to increase crop productivity in India. So what to produce is important, but how much to produce is also important. Related to this concept, we'll be studying about cost push inflation later on in chapter 5. But how much to produce is important. Why? Because if you overproduce, it means the supply is in excess of demand, that will lead to wastage of resources. And if you underproduce, then it will lead to what? It will lead to cost push inflation, or it will lead to underutilization of resources, leading to unemployment and fall in the GDP of the country. So optimum level of output should be there. Just like simple. If a restaurant produces less, then most of the customers will be turned away. And if the restaurant is producing more food, then you'll be wasting. In both cases, don't you think your profit will be negatively affected? All right. So what to produce and how much to produce is important. For whom to produce is also important. Why? Because if I ask you a simple question, where do you think the majority of the Indians live? Is it urban India or village India? Rural India or yeah, or urban India? In which world you are living, dear? It's rural India. All right. From any metropolitan city, be it Bangalore, be it Chennai, be it Kolkata, you drive for 200 kilometers, you'll hit rural part, semi-urban part. Correct. So majority of the people are living in rural India, 70% of the population. And in urban India, do you think everybody who is living right now in Bangalore is born and brought up in Bangalore or born and brought up in urban city? No. Many of them who are working on construction sites, majority of them were farmers. Agriculture was not a lucrative business for them. They sold away their land and they are working in the construction site, right? A small chaat wala or pani puri wala, they all at some point in time you'll find their generation back, one generation or two generation, their ancestors were farmers. So even the people right now who are living in urban India, they are not. I mean, a significant proportion of those people, they are not born and brought up in Bangalore. You are born and brought up in Bangalore. Your parents may be born and brought up in Bangalore, but not all. Now, why I'm raising this question? Because an economy should produce more goods for those people who are in larger numbers. Correct. So, do we need more hospitals? Yes. Do we need more schools? Yes. But where? Where the majority of the population is there. In Bangalore, within 10-kilometer radius, you'll find 10 hospitals. In village India, within 100 kilometers radius, you'll find 2 hospitals. Haven't you heard people are dying on the way before they reach the hospital, because nearest hospital to their house in rural India is 50 kilometers away, 20 kilometers away, 30 kilometers away, right? So it means there is a clear case of uh, you know unbalanced economic development. So I'm not saying you should produce less for the urban masses, but there should be not so much of disparity, that where in urban India people have got, people if they have money they can buy everything. Even middle income earning families, they can straight away go to the hospital if somebody is sick. Doctor is available within 1 or 2 kilometer radius of your house where you're living. But in village India, it's completely a different story. You're not getting even good schools. Correct. So an economy should cannot ignore the demand raised by the poorest of the people, the majority of the people. So for whom to produce is important. Then comes to the question. We come to the question how to produce. From this, we study about two theories. One is your international trade in chapter 10, which is known as Heckscher and Olin price factor equalization theory, and another in your chapter 3, uh, isocont analysis, equal production curve. So if we are more capital surplus economy like developed country, labor will be expensive. Because one fundamental reality is there. If any resource is large in number, its price will be lower. And if any resource is more in numbers, its price will be lesser. So in a developing country, least developing country, the population size is very high, but the cost of living is not going to support everybody. So I can get easy labor. So I will buy a machinery that requires more labor because my concern is to reduce my cost of production. But if I'm producing the same thing in US or in Germany, I know labor is very expensive. So I have to upgrade my technology. I'll spend more on capital and less on labor to remain efficient. How much of labor and how much of capital should be utilized, that will decide whether you have a capital intensive method of production or labor intensive method of production. Because in a labor surplus country, if we use capital intensive method, it will lead to unemployment. And in a capital surplus nation, if we use labor intensive method, then it will lead to huge increase in the cost of production. So what should be the proportion? It's a very difficult task to decide because an economy also during different points in time, the development is different. For example, if I go back into India in 30 years, 40 years back, we'll be using labor and capital, but of course relatively more labor. Even today we'll use relatively more labor, but not as much as before because we are not as underdeveloped as we were 40 years back. Clear hai? And then last question is what provision should be made for future generation? Today, what is the total world population? Can you give me an idea? 8 billion plus. You know how long did it take for the world population to reach 1 billion from 1%? Or whatever evolution happens, how much when we hit 1 billion mark? Around 150 years back. All right, 1 billion. Now it means it took some tens of thousands of years for humanity to reach from 0 to 1 billion. And in the last 150 years, we added 7 more billion. Can you imagine? 7 more billion we have added. And if you look at India and China only, we are 46, 47% of humanity. If you combine the population of India and population of China, there are more than 200 countries, but India and China is alone close to 45%. Imagine. Forget about that. If I add the population of UP and Bihar, nothing wrong with the state. I'm not criticizing any state or anything. But if I add the population of UP and Bihar, that is more than the total population of United States of America. And if I add Madhya Pradesh to it, Canada भी आ जाएगा अंदर फिर. So US and Canada is equal to Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. Right? India is highly productive. All right. Rather, Indians are highly productive. So now law of scarcity from their central question comes, if suppose they ask you a question that increase in the rate of economic growth during the current time period, what implication will it have in future? Option A, the growth will continue to increase. Option B, the growth will become stagnant. Option C, the growth rate will begin to fall down. Option D, any of the above. What should be your choice? Will it increase? Will it remain same, stagnant, or will it come down? Which option you'll choose? Or any of the above? कुछ भी हो सकता है ABC में. Use your skill and tell me. A, B, C or D? Choose one. क्या हुआ? बोलो. Let's repeat the question. Okay, I'll repeat the question. If I say that increase, I'll make it even easier for you to understand. If India GDP increases now at 8%, then 7%, then 9%, then 10%, if it goes on for 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 years, what will happen then? Will the GDP continue to rise? Will it stop rising and remain at stagnant at the present level? Or will it begin to come down? Or any of the above can happen. Any of the above. It's always better to choose any of the above. The answer is no, it will begin to come down. GDP growth will come down. Now the question is why? It means option C is the answer. GDP, there will be fall in the rate of growth. The The thing is why? Huh? Business cycle. No, it will keep coming down only. It will keep coming down. ये नीचे ही जाता रहेगा. Business cycle is like when you are going up and down, up and down, up and down, but you will continuously come down then. Bolo. Why? Why? Why you people are so quiet? Tell me. The answer is simple. Everything that we use today has been given to us by nature. Correct? Whether the cloth you wear has been grown on land, cotton, nylon and polyester are synthetic material we have got from, again, filtration of crude. Everything. This electricity we are getting from burning coal. This is a solar power. By solar power, you will have to trap in a photovoltaic cell. Photovoltaic cell has made cells are made from mineral and the glasses are made from mineral given to us by nature. If these are not available, क्या आप छाता लेके catch करेगा sun's rays? So everything we got from nature. And in the last 200, 300 years, 80% of those resources have already been used up by humanity. It means these resources took millions of years to form. If you are filling oil in your vehicle right now, you know that oil would have formed maybe 10 million years back. It was trapped under the surface of the earth. It has been extracted. Can we get back these resources in a matter of 3, 400 years or even 1000 years? The answer is no, we cannot. And the population has already hit 8 billion, correct? So, don't you think if the world grows at a very faster rate, they will use and exploit more of the resources very quickly? So, with lesser resources available, will you be able to grow at that particular rate? The answer is no, not possible. And that's why the rate of economic growth will come down eventually. So you don't need to worry. Your kids also don't need to worry. But their kids, uska generation mein the problem will come. And the problem will be aggravated unless we find out some new resources. Right? That because you see, you must have heard no that India mein and the world went into almost kind of an economic crisis due to Iran and America war, Israel, America, and Iran war. Why? And what was the most important factor? What factor input that was affected? Crude. Well, sir, how do you think crude can affect the entire economy? What do you think if the price of crude increases internationally? Transportation will be affected, and transportation is needed by everybody. I'm producing the good, I want to get raw material. I'm distributing the finished product, I need transportation services. I'm a farmer, I'm using tractor, I need diesel. So that is the only effect, do you think? If that was the only effect, then the economy would not have been hit by this in this manner. Because if I tell you what are the sectors that will be affected due to crude, you will go crazy. When crude is filtered, more than 200 byproducts are recovered from that crude. That goes to various industries. For example, chemical fertilizers and pesticides, they use around 65 to 70% of the raw material that they get from crude. So fertilizer sector and pesticide sector will be affected. Correct. All the cloth that we are wearing have been dyed with color. Correct. Are we using organic dye? That is very expensive. So it has been dyed with color that use 90% of the raw material that we obtain from crude. Nylon and polyester that is mixed with cotton to make the cloth kind of good. It looks good. Otherwise, there'll be a lot of creases on the cloth. Where do you think nylon and polyester is obtained? When crude is filtered. Right. You'll find that Asian paint, Berger paint prices always come down when the crude prices go up. Why? Because more than 50% of the raw material used by paint industry is obtained from crude. Vulcanization of rubber cannot happen without sulfur. Rubber will not be malleable. Now, sulfur we get from nature as well, like from volcanic eruption, but that is only 5%. Remaining 95% of the sulfur, industrial grade sulfur, we get when we filter crude. Rubber industry will be affected. Plastic, where do you get dear from? प्लास्टिक कहाँ से आता है? ये प्लास्टिक है, इसमें प्लास्टिक है, आपका लैपटॉप में प्लास्टिक है. Where do you get this plastic from? 100%, not 99, 100% of plastic is obtained when you filter crude. Plastic industry will be affected and plastic is used everywhere. Correct. What else? शैम्पू यूज करता है घर पे, उसमें केमिकल्स होता है SLS, सोडियम लॉरल सल्फेट्स, वे सोडियम बेंजोएट. All these things are nothing that every shampoo that you're using, around 30-35% of the raw material you get from crude. डाबर आमंड ऑयल लगाया, करेक्ट. अभी उसका लेबल पढ़ना. आमंड ऑयल 5%, 95% क्या है बाबा? मिनरल ऑयल. What is mineral oil? You get from crude. You get from crude. पेट्रोलियम जेली, why we call it petroleum? वैसलीन जो है क्रूड का है. लिपस्टिक, कॉस्मेटिक्स, परफ्यूम्स. Can you imagine if crude is not available, only transportation sector will be affected. Every sector will be affected. Every other sector, even service industry will be affected, because if my business is running at a loss, how will I go to the bank to take a loan? Because if crude raw material is not available, I will have to shut down my factory. All right, clear? So 80% of the crude reserve we have used in the world. All right, and why this war is happening? Because Iran has still so much of crude that if it's only used by Iran at this current production capacity, the crude will last for more than 400 years. So any country that occupies Iran, they will be securing their future. And is it a coincidence that more than 80% of the war has been fought since 1940s by US, and 90% of this war has been fought against whom? Oil rich countries, mineral rich countries. US will never go and attack Bhutan, right? They will never go and attack Sri Lanka. They will not never attack Singapore, Hong Kong. China, they cannot dare to. That's a different thing. So they will try to control countries in Africa, and if they are not able to control, then they will wage a war against. Correct. So most of the war in the world, in the human history, has been not fought. Background में आपको कुछ भी दिखाएगा, religion है, ये है, वो है. At the end of the, when the curtain is removed, you will find the answer is economics. For resources, all the wars have happened since the medieval era, since the ancient era, and even today. Even today. All right. So let's write down. The problem of choice making also creates the problem related to allocation of resources. The problem related to allocation of resources. Full stop. Robbins explained that every economy must necessarily answer the following central questions. slash central problems, which are number one, what to produce and how much to produce, what to produce and how much to produce. Number two, for whom to produce, for whom to produce. Number three, how to produce. Give a dash and write. A capital surplus economy must adopt capital intensive methods of production, whereas a labor surplus economy must adopt a labor intensive method of production. Next one, fourth question. What provisions should be made? What provisions should be made for future generation? What provisions should be made for future generations? Full stop, give a dash and write. Increase in the rate of GDP growth, increase in the rate of GDP growth and over exploitation of resources and over exploitation of resources will negatively affect will negatively affect growth potential of any economy, will negatively affect growth potential of any economy in future, will negatively affect growth potential of any economy in future. Full stop. Okay. Now we come to an important question, that is economics a science or an art, or is it both? So is economics a subject of science or an art? Is economics a subject of science or an art? So before we answer this question, you have to understand what is art. What is art? Art involves application of skill, knowledge that will give different outcome for different experts. Correct? Everybody who studied economics, they understood the laws, but their understanding did not help them to come up with a incredible theory like Keynes, Marshall's, Pigou, Samuelson's, Robbins, and so on. They looked at economics from a in a completely different way. Everybody who learns to play guitar will not become the greatest guitarist in the world. Everybody who learns to paint will not become the greatest painter in the world. Correct? Right? There are CAs in India who get 1.5 to 2 lakh rupees salary. There are per month. There are CAs in India who get 10 to 12 lakh rupees salary per month. But do you know there are CAs who make close to 100 crore rupees every single month? It means in a year they make more than 1000 crore. Yes, there are. What is the difference? And this is it's not only in CA. There are MBBS doctors or MDs and surgeons who are making, 50 lakhs, 60 lakhs rupees in a year. But there are surgeons who are making, 20, 30, 40 crore rupees, in a year. What is the difference? They apply their skill in such a way that the outcome is like incredible. Have you heard about Motilal Oswal? Right? He used to be a CA and now he's running so many funds. Through the expense ratio only, his income goes to upwards of 100, 200 crore every single month. Imagine. Indra Nooyi, how many of you know her? None. She single-handedly, she was some at some point in time rated as among the top 10 most powerful women in the world. She single-handedly, she became the global CEO for PepsiCo. Pepsi, जो आप drink पीता है. Single-handedly, she created a market that was lost by Pepsi in competition with Coke in Southern America, in Africa, in Asia as well. Her basic pay was upwards of 600 crore every year, not including the incentives and other thing that will go into thousands of crores. She was a MBA. Do you think every MBA gets this amount of money? आज MBA घूम रहे डिग्री लेके 20,000 रुपए का जॉब नहीं मिल रहा है. Why? Because she thought out of the box. She had the courage to take risk. And today, I don't know whether you know it or not, Pepsi sells more than 30 to 40 products in India, and this is going to increase. When Pepsi was launched in India, the problem with the cold drink industry is that in India, if you take the upper half of India, wherein 60-65% of the population live, because southern states are not as populated as the northern states. There, during winter time, the temperature comes down to 5 degree, 4 degrees, some places 0 degree as well. You cannot expect to have a cold drink. Sir, cold drink de do. No. The sales of cold drink used to fall down. The profitability of the company fell down. Instead, that can we offer a product that doesn't depend on the weather condition that people will have, whether it's hot, humid summer or cold winter, जिसको कोल्ड ड्रिंक के साथ भी खा सकता है और चाय के साथ भी खा सकता है. Lays was introduced in India. Now, how many of you know that Lays belongs to Pepsi? इतना लेस खाया ना, लेस पोटैटो चिप्स. कभी पैकेट घुमा के नहीं देखा. All right. Then he found out that Indian people love to have bhujia, traditional. उनको Lays नहीं खाओ. They never became the consumer of potato chips sold by Lays. He said that can we give something that is similar to bhujia but with a difference? Indianize कर दो chips को थोड़ा. And she introduced Kurkure in India. Kurkure also belongs to Pepsi. All right. Then बाबा रामदेव आके बोला कोल्ड ड्रिंक क्यों पी रहे हो, कैंसर होगा, ये होगा, वो होगा, फ्रूट जूस पियो, ये पियो. Then Pepsi said that my customer, if they stop drinking Pepsi and they want to consume fruit, they don't have a fruit option. Then Pepsi started with what you call it today, Tropicana. It also belongs to PepsiCo. Right. For healthy breakfast, Pepsi introduced masala oats and Quaker oats. Belongs to Pepsi only. But the common people have an understanding Pepsi का मतलब सिर्फ Pepsi तो. No. There are so many products sold. And her genius increased the revenue of Pepsi by more than 25,000 crore every year. 25,000 crore revenue income excess में बनाई वो अकेले. A single woman single-handedly. So if she is making 25,000 rupees extra revenue for a company, and if the company gives her 1,000 crore, is it much the company giving? No. Understood? Clear. So he was an artist. Now she is retired. Everybody could not think out of the box. Right? So economics is a subject of art. How to allocate resources, it's an art. It's an art. Two brothers, Mota Bhai and Chota Bhai. You know who? Mukesh Ambani and Anil Ambani. They got the wealth when their father died, almost equal amount of wealth. But Mota Bhai has been able to, Mukesh Ambani, has been able to multiply his wealth several times over. Today, Reliance Industries makes close to 1 lakh crore of profit every year. No kidding. 1 lakh crore. You think I'm joking? All right, I will show you. So I will on and off, I'll show you things that will interest you. This is what Reliance Industries. No, this is Infosys. So you see, Reliance Industries. You see, Reliance Industries. Now, if you go to annual profit, this is quarterly profit because a publicly listed company have to publish their quarterly result as well. We'll go to annual profit and you see consolidated annual profit. आप दिख रहा है in crores लिखा हुआ है rupees. Can you see this? In crores. All right. And you see March 2015, what was the net profit? Net profit is after payment of tax, right? Tax pay कर दिया है. Profit before tax नहीं, profit after tax I'm talking about net profit. It used to make 23,640 crore. It means उसके बाद 7 more zeros. And up till now, it means in 2025, abhi se, abhi tak, it means this annual is not ended, this financial year. It has already generated a profit of 95 lakh 754 crore. उसके बाद 7 zeros. If you get so much of money, you will also get married 5 times, maybe 4 times. All right, clear. So, but Anil Ambani went bankrupt. Two brothers, same wealth. They operated in the same economic environment in India. And people joke that Anil का नाम में ही नील है. So सबको नील कर दिया. मुकेश का नाम में ही कैश है. It was a joke I read somewhere. But that's not the reason. The reason is the skill set of Mukesh Ambani. He was way more skilled compared to his younger brother. And he took the opportunity to grab and start a business. Anil Ambani also started business. But how Anil Ambani started business? He took lot of loan to start a business. Mukesh Ambani said, no, I will take some loan, no problem. But largely I will use the profit of one company to finance another company. So whenever the opportunity was presented, he went on and bought that company. When it was found that India is a young country and the population, majority of the population is between the age group of 20 years to 35 years, 67-68% of the population. It means those people eventually who will get married, they will have kids. So there is a strong growth for toy industry. Now Hamleys was the biggest retailer of toys in the world, present in more than 150 countries. It was not an Indian company. Mukesh Ambani bought Hamleys. Hamleys का नाम सुना है ना? Stores है. मोटा भाई का है वो. It belongs to Reliance Industries. All right. Now he is in talk with owning the biggest retailer of medicine in the world. So this man is an artist. You criticize him or do whatever, but He can bend a politician. He can do whatever. When he thought that if I practice something that is not ethical, then I will be criticized in the media. तो media को ही खरीद लो ना, कौन criticize करने के लिए बचेगा? 70% of the media houses are owned by this guy in India. 70%. Money control, TV 18, Network 18, all these things, CNBC, सब कुछ ये own कौन करता है? So when I am owning the media houses, every news anchor is my employee. Will they talk about Reliance Industries or bad mouth Reliance Industries? No. So perception भी create कर दिया society में. So you live with it or die with it. You criticize him what, but he is a very efficient businessman. Alright. 8 है. अपना बच्चा का शादी भी किया. He invited whom? He will not invite you and me. He invited Tim Cook. And right after the marriage, collaboration happened between Reliance Industries and Apple. Alright. Every Apple phone sold in India somewhere is getting somewhere commission. Retail outlets own करता है. He bought whom? Mark Zuckerberg is tying up with Facebook now. Alright. He bought whom? Microsoft, Bill Gates chairman. Mukesh Ambani is talked to invest into Azure, which is one of the biggest revenue generator for Microsoft. So वो शादी investment था, वो शादी नहीं था. Correct? So it's an art. But what is science? How can we say something as science? Cause and effect. Correct? बारिश नहीं हो रहा है और मैं नीचे फायर जला के बारिश को बुलाएगा, that is not science. That is black magic. Alright? Clear? Science has cause and effect relation. If I drop this pen, it will go down. Effect is falling down of the pen. What is the cause? Law of gravity. Can it be rationally or logically explained? Yes. And will the explanation change when I move from one person to another person? Will somebody say, no, but the pen is falling down is not gravity, is because Congress is in power in Karnataka? Will anybody say this? तो मतलब बीजेपी आएगा तो ये पेन ऊपर चला जाएगा, कांग्रेस आएगा फिर नीचे चला जाएगा. Correct? So people will fly. So no. So it means everybody in the world will say law of gravity. If I put a kettle containing water, it will boil. Why? Can you explain logically? Effect is boiling of the water. Cause is what? Transfer of heat. Physics explain करता है, chemistry explain करता है, and so on. So economics is a science because there are laws in economics. And these laws can explain cause and effect. For example, law of demand says that when price increases, quantity demanded will decrease. And when price decreases, quantity demanded increase. If suppose the demand for mangoes increases in Indian market, can I assume that the price must have fallen down? Yes. If the demand is increasing for mangoes, can I not assume that the price must be falling down? Otherwise, what is the reason? Will you buy mango when the mango is sold at 1100 rupees per kilogram? If people are buying more mangoes, why is it so the mangoes are sold at a much cheaper rate in India compared to last year? Because a lot of mangoes which was exported to Japan and Europe has been rejected because it contained fruit fly. Nothing wrong, मक्खी हम लोग फूक के खा लेंगे. But it's a sanitization error for them. I mean, concern for them. So they rejected. So a fruit mango farmer will have no option but to sell the mangoes to people. So it means those mangoes which was exported, a significant proportion of the mango is now available in domestic territory. So don't you think the price has fallen down and demand has gone up? So logically, can it be explained? If I say what will happen if tomorrow the price of iPhones fall down by 50%, what will happen? You tell me, no? How do you know? Will you say, sir, black magic किया, मन में आके बाबा जी बोला, कोई मुल्ला बोला कि हाँ प्राइस गिरेगा तो ऊपर जाएगा, मैं बोल रहा है. No. Then another mullah or another baba or another padri will say that another demand, नहीं नहीं ये गलत बोल रहा है, वो सही. So you cannot have an opinion in case of law. In case of law, opinion does not matter. So here also, when the price will go up, quantity demanded will go down, can be rationally, logically explained. When inflation happens in the economy, things will become expensive. Cause and effect. If I ask you what will happen if there is more industries, what will happen to employment if there are more industries in India, more factories in India, what will happen? Employment increases. Will anybody will say that employment will decrease? No, nobody will say. Cause and effect. More industries, more jobs. More jobs means more employment, more opportunities. So something that can be logically explained through some law or theory, cause and effect relation, it is considered as a subject of science. So subject of economics has got various laws: law of demand, supply, theory of consumer behavior, theory of cost, theory of production, and so on. All these law define us or tells us that if this is happening, there is this reason. Logically, it can explain. But there is a catch. Economics can be considered as a social science because it deals with human behavior, can be considered as a pragmatic science or a positive science, but it cannot be considered as a perfect science. Why? Because laws of economics deal with human behavior, and human behavior sometimes can become erratic. Human behaviors will change, maybe. So, when the human behavior changes, the laws have to be changed. A lot of assumptions are taken. For example, law of demand says holding all other factors constant, you take only price into consideration. But in reality, do you think all other factors remain constant? It means my income, taste and preference, the population in the country, the tax rate imposed by the government, the weather condition, everything, does it remain same? No. So we take a lot of assumptions, and some of these assumptions are overarching assumptions. Without taking these assumptions, we cannot define the law. But law of gravity में क्या assumption लिया भाई? What is the assumption I'm taking? Zero assumption. Because law of gravity works whether you take assumption or not. Even if go to space, this pen, gravity will act. It will not fall down to Earth. Why? Because the Earth's gravity is weaker. So whichever planet's gravity is more, the pen will fly to that particular planet. So law of gravity will work everywhere. It doesn't matter what people think. But law of economics can be violated. Right? Here, for example, when government increased excise duty on cigarette, in the last 20 years, the excise duty on cigarette has been increased by more than 500%. मतलब जहां पे गवर्नमेंट 3 रुपए का टैक्स लेता था, अभी 15 रुपए का टैक्स ले रहा है. Isn't it 500%? 5 times है ना? Correct. So it means the cigarette which was sold at 5 rupees is now sold at upwards of 20 rupees. But does more people consume cigarette today or less people? It doesn't work over there. Why? Addiction. All right. Here the law is violated. Understood? Clear. So economics is a subject of science, but it is not a perfect science. So write this heading first. Is economics a subject of science or an art? Write down. Art involves application of skill and knowledge. Art involves application of skill and knowledge, which which may differ from person to person, which may differ from person to person. Full stop. The application of art will give different outcomes depending upon how it is applied. Depending upon how it is applied. Full stop. Economics is an art. Economics is an art because similar economic laws can be applied. Underline economics is an art. Similar economic laws can be applied, but different individuals and experts leading to different outcomes. Full stop. Leading to different outcomes. Stop. Next paragraph. Science involves cause and effect relation. Science involves cause and effect relation, which can be logically or rationally explained. Which can be logically slash rationally explained using various laws. Full stop. Economics is a subject of science. Economics is a subject of science because it involves various laws and theories to logically explain any economic event. Logically explain any economic event. Full stop. For example, in economics, there are law of demand, theory of production and cost, law of supply, etc. Full stop. Law of supply, etc. Full stop. Next paragraph. But economics can be considered a social science. Underline social science A pragmatic science, again underline, positive science, or a practical science, all underline, can be considered a social science, positive science, pragmatic science, practical science. Underline all. Social science, pragmatic science, positive science, practical science. Comma, but it is not a perfect science. But it is not a perfect science because most economic laws, most economic laws comes with assumptions and exceptions. Comes with assumptions and exceptions. Full stop. Clear hai? Now, many a time they ask you about pragmatic economics and normative economics, or pragmatic science and normative science. What is the difference between them? And always, of every single time, you get a question from here: pragmatic economics and normative economics. So let's understand this. Ravikant sir wants to talk to you guys. Why? We'll come now to the class in a while. So, what is pragmatic? What is the literal, actual meaning? Stay with me. If you understood the concept here, listening to me in the classroom, we will be how easily you can solve the question, you will get it. All right. So, pragmatic means what? Practical. All right. Something which is based on fact, it doesn't involve any opinion. And when something doesn't involve any opinion, then can there be a difference in the fact? No. You can have a difference of opinion. You cannot have a difference in fact. For example, if I say this guy is an idiot, is it a fact or an opinion? Some people say, no, sir, ये तो सचमुच idiot है, ये fact है. All right. At least somebody will have an opinion. His parents will say, how dare you say, my kid, he is a genius. Opinion hai. Correct. But if I say 2 plus 2 equals to 4, will anybody say, no, it's 7? Will I have to take him to Nimans? Nobody will say. If I say that India depends on monsoon, agriculture depends on monsoon. Some years are good, others are bad. Fact or opinion? Opinion. Fact hai re. Because if it's an opinion, then some people will say, no, 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 India always gets good monsoon. There has never been a drought-like situation. Is it true? Or somebody will say, there is always drought, monsoon aaya hi nahi. In which world you are living then? Clear. So something is fact. It cannot be disputed. You can only dispute an opinion. You cannot dispute a fact. So anything that is based on fact is pragmatic. But rider hai. Rider क्या है? Condition है. The fact should not be supported by an opinion. For example, if I say that a lot of industries have shut down, and as a result, a lot of people have lost their job and the rate of unemployment has increased. ये क्या है? Fact है. But if I add opinion to it and say that government must opinion or suggestions to it, that government must do something about it, it becomes it turns from pragmatic to normative. All right. It turns the moment suggestion comes, pragmatic turns to normative. So even a cause and effect. So first is fact, second is cause and effect. If I'm explaining a cause and effect relation only without opinion or suggestion, then also it is pragmatic. For example, increase there has been good in production of apples in India. The market is flooded with apple, and due to increase in the supply of apple, the price has fallen down. Cause and effect because we know that whenever oversupply happens, the price will fall down because sellers have to give discount to you to buy. Correct. If I say that if McDonald gives 50% discount on burgers tomorrow, abhi nahi, then the sale of burger will increase in McDonald's. Opinion है या fact है? It is बताता मैं. After sir will talk to you about something, then I'll explain you. You can take your time. You can sit down here and talk, sir. Online students are also there. Guys, good morning first. So how are you? Fine today, right? Should be fine till you write the exam also, right? See, myself Ravikant Miriala. I'm with Yeshas Academy from 2010. I teach for final, inter, not for you. Fine, right? Why I came here now? Uh, I think morning Aditya told regarding the tests. Correct, no? Right. Tests. If you don't write, you have to write. If you don't write, you will fail. That is first. That is guaranteed. Is no doubt. Okay. If you don't write test, pakka fail. If you write test, there is high probability to pass. The only reason, correct, now simple reason, as Aditya told, I will be just telling you how to register for that and etc. But before that, okay, see, your exam is in which date, my dear? Correct, na? Jan? Sir, how to write this? Sir? Go. Oh, okay, this one. Understood. I'll give you another page to just. Better. Oh, it will come here and then I should select this. Okay. Thank you, sir. See, your attempt is in January 2027. Correct, na? Right. How many months to go? Huh? June 30th, assume now. So 6 months time is there. January 2027 means which date? Based on the current exam, September 2nd, they have the exam. So September 2nd, you have exam means yours also most probably January 2nd. So this date almost, but yes, notification has to come. But right now you can say it is confirmed. So exactly how much time, my dear? Effectively, you should say some 6 months time is available. Will teach you approximately 4.5 months approximately. It may be less than that. It may be more than that. Correct? Na? You will have how much time maximum? 1.5 months after the exam, after the syllabus completion. 1.5 months means how many days, my dear? Isn't it 45 days? Around 45 to 50 days you can take. Correct? Right. 45 days. How many subjects do you have? 4 subjects. 4 subjects. If I do, how many days will come? 11 days will come. Do you agree? 11 point something will come, forget. 11 days will come. How many revisions do you want? One revision before exam sufficient? If you do one time revision, then that will be sufficient for May exam, not for Jan exam. So how many minimum revisions are required? Not 2, 3, minimum 3. Minimum 3 revisions if you do it, then you will be sitting in the exam hall. Pass or fail, that I don't know. But you will be sitting in the exam hall confidently. This much I can tell. Alright. All of you really want to pass? Or you want to give a try? Serious, huh? Right. But actually we heard that from many people. But they won't be serious after 10 days or after 15 days or after 1 month. See, now you see the strength of the class, no? The strength of the class will not be there after 2 months. That is the worst problem. Okay, that seriousness will fall down because it's not yeah, it looks like 6 months is a short journey, but it is not so short journey. Correct now, right? I have to become chartered accountant, and that if it is a desire coming from inside, no, burning desire, something called, then you will become. Nobody can stop you. No, we'll try. No, try, me, kuno, nothing will happen. You should try to correct now, lose all your, I mean, little bit of entertainment reduction, not deletion. Reduction karna, thoda sacrification karna. Then, if you work for these 4 years, na, right? Next 60 years, you will be able to correctly enjoy the benefits out of it. 4 years Kelsa, 4 years work, 60 years benefit. Otherwise, 4 years I want to enjoy. In 60 years, you will struggle. This is the fact. Correct. So now tell me, 11 days May, 11 days May, what is that I was trying to tell you, my dear? 11 days May, I was telling you, 11 days May, 3 revisions are required. 3 revisions required means, first revision ko can I give 6 days of time? Correct, na? 6 days of time means next two revisions ko 5 days, I mean say 3 days and 2 days, something like that I can give. Now, whatever economics star has taught, whatever accounts teacher has taught, will you be able to complete entirely in 6 days of time? Each sum? You have not seen the accounts book and etc. You understood my point? So you know that there is one rabbit and Tata is ka story? If you feel yourself rabbit, no, hey, we'll do last minute, we'll study everything and we'll pass. Then that is the same scenario, it will happen. If you do on daily basis, today whatever is happened, today also no exemption. Whatever has happened today, first is go home and you have to mandatorily spend 2 hours for the whatever the subject is happened. Got it? Okay. So, sir, tomorrow what should I do? Tomorrow, first, whatever sir taught second day, that you have to read it. Correct na? Little bit, some maybe 15 minutes or 20 minutes because yesterday you already studied na. Ek bar revision karna. Yesterday, whatever has happened, at least some 15 to 30 minutes you have to revise it. If you take it like that, again revision kiya to then in this last 45 days mein, you will have comfortable time. Nahi to same rabbit situation. If you take rest now, you have to struggle later. Later result will be obviously fail. Sorry to say, but that is the fact. That is the fact. If you behave like a rabbit, situation will be this. Okay, so how do we cope up for that? How do we cope up for that? That's why we have got so many unit tests. You have so many unit tests and we have so many mock tests also. Mock in the sense like in between some once, say example, Sarka, 50% syllabus, 5 chapters are over. Then we'll conduct all 5 chapters together, some 100 marks questions we'll give it. 2 hours test we'll conduct. Once he completes the entire syllabus, again, before I mean, suppose sir only has completed entire syllabus before other teachers. You must have written already two tests of two mock tests of 100 marks of 100% syllabus before the break itself. Hope you understood. So we planned in beautiful fashion, but the benefit can be taken only when you put efforts to attempt the paper. Correct. Now, then only the benefit will come. Hope you understand. Right. What will happen? Say 1 week may sometime 2 tests will happen. Like minimum 2, sometime minimum you expect 2. Rarely it will happen 1. Okay. So 1 week ka test. 1 week ka. Some syllabus is done. Hope you understand. Some syllabus is done. So what do I supposed to do? Right now, day one, whatever sir has done, you already read 2 hours. Correct. Now, day two, I told whatever is today information, little some 15 minutes, 20 minutes of yesterday information also you have to read it. Otherwise, you will forget by the time weekend. Hope you understood. Like that, if you then attempt max like 70 is the minimum percentage you have to score. 70 is the minimum percentage you have to target. 70 plus hai to acha. So 60 I will get. You are in the border because 60 if you say I can say minus 10. 10 is a you have to take a discount. You will be in the border. I'm telling you seriously. You might have got 99 marks in your mathematics of 10 plus 2 or a degree or whatever it is. यहाँ पे getting not. You will understand it very soon. You'll understand very soon. Correct na? CA में it is not so easy to get that many marks. 90 plus you got means all India topper. Hope you understood. Correct. So it is not so easy, but with effort, yes, you can create wonders. But everybody may not be able to create. Right? So this week information, if you target and try to get maximum marks in the examination, the same trend if it goes for the next 4.5 months, no? Before that 45 days only, you would have already revised everything. Then we will give minimum 3 mock tests will be given in that 45 days time. 3 mock tests in the sense, 3 mock tests means 4 into 3, 12 days examination out of 45 days. Means every 2-3 days once one test will be there. Then it will be grinded in a systematic fashion and you will clear. We made one system. Okay, how to pass, make you pass. Right. But what is your job? Just follow the rules of the system. If you really want to pass, people told you want to pass. If you really want to pass, we made the system, we have applied on the people, and it is so successful. Correct na? But who will pass? Who will pass? Only just blindly follow the system. If I say one exam is there means you have to struggle for that. See, some people will come just exam like that fashion show करके like लिखेगा कुछ ABCD लिखेगा चले जाएगा. Those people they will not pass. Correct ना? Effort ही नहीं है तो how will it happen ma? And they will feel that 45 days I full I'll do. What 45 days we will do? 11 days will come for one paper. 11 days may you have to do 3 revisions. 3 revisions ko 6 days may is just impossible for you to complete entirely. One teacher takes 200 hours. Accounts teacher will teach almost 200 hours subject. 11 days may into 24 also it will not come that much. How can you revise it? That to one revision. When SAR requires 200 hours, correct na? If it's a 6 days may I will finish everything means, isn't a joke? It's just a joke. QA requires approximately 150 hours. Quantitative aptitude. He takes 150 hours of lecture. If you say I will finish everything in 6 days, 6 days may how many hours will be there for you to put in? Take maximum 10 hours. So 60 only na? No sir, 12 hours I'll do it. But still how much? 72 hours only na? How can you complete one when somebody has completed in 150 hours, 62 hours mein pura, how do you do it? That too it first time. So apply your mind little bit. Logically you think. Got my point? Logically you think and you just follow, be in the system, then it will take care of everything. You will see successful ending. Correct? Now, if you want to be happy ending, you have to struggle little now. Don't give reasons. My suggestion is not to miss single class. The day one day if you miss class, no, how many hours of class is out? 5 hours of class. Tell me when do you revise this 5 hours? Someday other day. Even if you do it in 1.5, still it requires some 3 hours of lecture. What about today's if you attend the class and today you are afterwards 3 hours of yesterday's subject you want to watch? You understood? And then what today's subject when do you read it? E concepts will not work. The day we give holiday by any chance, right? That day you try to little enjoy. Otherwise, do not miss one day also. giving a reason of your birthday or somebody's birthday, correct na? Some function, some festival, right? Before you go, Dasara will come, correct na? Diwali will come. If it is last Dasara in your life means please celebrate. No, 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 I will be living. I'll have next Dasara. Next Dasara with CA Foundation qualifications, you can celebrate better. Okay, don't take a break for one day also. If you take one day break also, you're actually your aspirations, your dreams ko you are only killing. Your parents will tell, no, 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 Bugad, you have to come. Tell same dialogue to your brother or parents. Fine. Next Dasara, next Diwali, we'll celebrate in the best fashion. This Dasara, chodo. Leave me. I have my goals. I have my dreams. I want to fulfill those. Right. Next. Make a note. You not in note. You will have mobiles, no? Right. There is one app that is Yeshas, Yeshas, Yeshas Exam Prep app. App Store you go. Yes, Apple, Android, all. Yeshas Exam Prep app. You download that. Okay, right. By evening, by end of the day. Okay, and again, first of all, have you got a Google form already? All of you. Have you filled your name, number, email ID correctly? The only reason why am I asking again and again? Reason, okay. People must have given their parents ka email ID. But when you are doing this subsequently also, many times it may log out also. That time it will ask you for PIN or something. Okay, OTP something, it will go to that mail ID. Understood? So whatever the mail ID you have given at the time of registration, we'll ignore it. Whatever the mail ID, you will give it in the Google form right now. That will be considered. Is it clear? If you had given a wrong number, wrong information by chance, maybe your parents or whoever have come along with you for registration, they must have written something. So which one I should consider karke bolo very clearly, that will happen. Okay, right. If something is there, you please contact our technical team. They will change your mail ID and clear the problem. By evening, you will get a mail. What do you get? Mail आ जाएगा. Okay, Yeshas Academy admin से आ जाएगा mail. But there will be one link. That link, if you click, registration will happen. This link will be useful only for 12 hours or 24 hours maximum. So once you get it, please click the link. Register yourself. Register yourself. Okay, now it's very simple process. It will ask you to give a password. Just give whatever the password. Remember the same password. Even if you forget, also not a problem. Forget password option is there. First, try to remember the password. Same ID password you put it in the app which you have downloaded, which you are going to download this Yeshas exam preparation app. I hope you understood. Right. If you have any questions also further, you can contact us down. Technical team is there. I'll also be there. Right. You can reach out to us. Right. Ensure that the entire registration is done by tomorrow. By what time? Tomorrow only the registration has to happen. So once R is done with first chapter and second chapter, I'll come with one test immediately. Chapter 1, chapter 2. Chapter 1 is small, it seems. Chapter 2 is little big. Once R is done with 1 and 2, we'll have a test. Okay. Test will continue. Okay, we are here to serve the most to those guys who are really willing to pass. If you take the opportunity, life will be beautiful. Okay. Otherwise, that is correct. I told now, you are killing your own dreams. Right. Take my words very, very seriously. Then any problems with exam, only exam. Okay, you can reach out to me. I'll be sitting down only. Right? See you soon. Thank you, sir.
So understood.
Sorry? I'll come to that. Just hold on. Just hold on. Okay. I mentioned that if the price of burger decreases from tomorrow, then the demand will increase at McDonald's. Is it a fact or an opinion? Fact. Is it only a fact or is it cause and effect as well? Cause and effect. So, do you think anybody, if it's cause and effect and fact, it means nobody can say, no, sir, if the price of burger will fall, demand for burger will fall. Will anybody be able to say that? No. So, if it's cause and effect, it becomes a pragmatic. If it's fact, it becomes a pragmatic. It should not have any opinion. But if I say this discount will make people buy more burger and they will be affected adversely, due to the problems associated with junk food, so government should not allow them to give any discount. It becomes an opinion because now people will say, sir, why you don't want me to have burger? Some people will agree, others will disagree. So it means when the point of agreement and disagreement comes, it automatically becomes a normative. So under pragmatic, we are approach or pragmatic economic, we are concerned only about the fact. We are only concerned about the cause and effect. We analyze the event and we state the fact. We don't give any judgment, value judgment for the welfare of the people. We don't provide any opinion or suggestion. All right, that's it. But the moment I provide an opinion, it becomes normative. Say, for example, if I say that uh, exports have declined in India due to the appreciation of Indian currency. अभी तो depreciate हो रहा है, but appreciation of Indian currency. This is also a part of the curriculum, how to determine the value of foreign currency. So, is it a fact or an opinion? Exports have declined due to appreciation. It is a cause and effect relation and it is a fact. All right. Due to decrease in export, there is an increase in unemployment in India. Because if we are not exporting, it means we are producing less. If we are producing less, there will be unemployment. Cause and effect, है ना? Correct. What is it? Fact. So क्या है? Pragmatic. The government should provide subsidies to the exporter to protect their business. That becomes a suggestion. The moment it becomes suggestion, it becomes normative. So normative will have everything that pragmatic has, plus it gives you opinion or suggestions. All right. So let's write it this way: normative and pragmatic economics, and then write a statement, and then we'll write the difference. Any economic event, any economic event can be understood. Any economic event can be understood either from a pragmatic or normative perspective. Either from a pragmatic or normative perspective. Write down pragmatic economics. Point by point, we'll write. That will cover all the options basically. Pragmatic economics. Point number one. Anything related to cause and effect. Anything related to cause and effect. Underline cause and effect. Or it is based upon fact, comma, it is considered as pragmatic slash positive slash practical economics. Practical economics. Full stop. Next. It does not provide any opinion. It does not provide any opinion or suggestions or value judgment. Does not. याद रखने का. You can underline does not. Does not provide any opinion, suggestions or value judgment. Which means, can I say pragmatic economics only describes what has happened. It never prescribes what to do. Right. So write down. It only describes, next one, it only describes but never prescribes. It only describes but never prescribes. Full stop. Next one. It is only concerned with within inverted commas what is. क्या है. It is only concerned with what is, but it never tells you what it should be or what ought to be. It is only concerned with what is and not what should be or what ought to be. What should be or what ought to be. Ought to be means कैसा होने मांगता. How it should be. Alright. India is a developing country, but we ought to develop faster. Suggestion हो गया. We should develop faster. Suggestion हो गया. It becomes normative. But some people say, but if we develop faster, is it necessary that every people in India will be benefited? So the thing is, again, it becomes an opinion, right? Normative economics, pragmatic over normative economics. It may also describe a fact or a cause and effect relation. It may also describe a fact or a cause and effect relation. It may also describe a fact or a cause and effect relation. But but it will also give but it will also give opinions, suggestions, but it will also give opinions, suggestions, and value judgment for people's welfare. For people's welfare. Full stop. Next. It not only describes, it not only describes, but also prescribes. It not only describes, but also prescribes. Write down describes and prescribes. Full stop. Last one. It is concerned with what is, again within inverted commas, what is And also what ought to be or what should be. Also what ought to be or what should be. Got it? Clear. So this is the difference between normative and pragmatic. I'll give you example. We'll cover because they'll ask you. They will not give you straightforward question. They may, but they will give you examples and ask you whether it's normative statement or pragmatic statement. Say, for example, if I give the statement that Indian banks have performed incredibly well in the last 15 years, and a lot of people who never had a bank account, they have been financially included under the financial inclusion plan started by the central government. Is it pragmatic or normative? But a lot of people still in rural India are not able to save money because the number of bank branches have not been uniformly distributed across rural India. How normative? It's still a fact, not here. If I say that there are not enough bank branches in rural India, though they are more compared to what it used to be 10, 15 years, but still they are not distributed evenly. So still those places where there are less number of banks branches, there the people are not able to save money because they don't have an account. It's a fact. But if I add to it that government should provide incentives to the bank so that more number of branches can be opened and more number of people can be financially included into the banking system, this becomes normative because I've given a suggestion. Clear? Eh? Okay. Now, normative and pragmatic are not the different branches of economics because something you can look at from a normative point of view, I can look at it from a pragmatic point of view. For example, if I say that unemployment has increased in India, it means I'm looking at unemployment from a factual perspective. But you come and say, sir, government is responsible, government should be blamed. The moment you say government should be blamed and government should be responsible, don't you think there'll be other people who are supportive of the government will come say why government should be blamed? That becomes a normative. It means I am having a pragmatic point of view of the same event in unemployment, and you are having a normative point of view on the same event because you are having an opinion about good or bad. The moment good, bad, fairness aa jata hai, it becomes an normative because good, bad, or fair, unfair, it is an opinion. All right, clear. Now, if I have to divide the subject of economics into branches, there are two main branches only. One is known as macroeconomics, another is known as microeconomic, but they both are interdependent on one another because aggregate of all the micro is the macro. It means you see, subject of economics evolved from the micro perspective only. Only later on we realize that when we add up all the micros, what we get is the macro. That's why we say they are interdependent. Now, those who studied economics, they must know the difference between micro and macro. But I'll prove my point that you have learned it wrong, or you have learned it in a way that you will score negative marks in your examination if this is not clarified. All right. So, micro, give the heading economics and macroeconomics. Microeconomics and macroeconomic system. Why is not executed? Start. Okay. Micro word has been derived, MICRO, milo nahi re, micro. Micro word has been derived from the Greek word micros, MICROS. In some books, you will find MIKROS is written, is the same thing. All right. Which means small. Don't write anything. So micro means small, whereas macro word has been derived from the Greek word macros, which means large. So under microeconomics, we are concerned about a particular product, a particular industry producing a particular product, particular or specific or a single household. Whereas macro, we are concerned about industries producing different product, collection of firm producing different types of goods, the entire industry or the entire economy or the entire sector. सबको ले लेगा तो macro हो जाएगा, right? Microeconomics is, we say, is related to allocation of resources. I'll come back to this point in a while, otherwise it will become confusing. So you tell me, I'll give you the example, you tell me, will it come under microeconomics or macroeconomics? Okay, there are three sectors in the country, in any economy: primary sector, secondary sector and tertiary sector. If I choose primary sector and perform an analysis of the primary sector, how it has grown, what is the contribution to the GDP and everything, only the primary sector. Is it a macro analysis or is it a micro analysis? You tell me. Micro. I'm hearing some are saying micro, some are saying macro. We have sent access to their mails. Okay. The access to the Yeshas app, I think, has been sent to your respective mail. So when I'll give you the breather, you will check during that time, right? And if you have never haven't got that access email, then while going back home, you will have to do two things. First, collect your economics book, and second, get your access from the IT team. The IT team sits in the, when you enter, no, on the right hand side, you will find open area is there. There the IT team sits. There you can get your access. Plus, but please do take the access, because without the access, you will not be able to access the recorded videos if you want to revise. Okay, I'll just inform him. Done. See, dear, we are doing so many things from our end. Why? We would have simply taken the class. Okay, class आप coaching join किया ना, class में पढ़ो और जाओ. You would have been happy. But if we are pushing you for something that is in your interest, because you see, our success depends on your success. All right. We are not those unethical organization की एक बार फीस दे दिया, चलो ठीक है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं, फीस तो आ गया, आप पढ़ाई करेंगे, पढ़ेगा नहीं पढ़ेगा मेरा मतलब नहीं, नहीं बनेगा सीए वापस से ज्वाइन करेगा. We don't think in that case, in on that line. So sometimes you may not like us because we push you very hard. But when you see your marks card, then you will realize that yes, it was worth it. We don't give you holidays on Sunday. Sunday को भी class होता है, same time. All right. Haven't you been told? Sunday, 7 days in a week you will have class. 7 days in a week, no Sunday off, dear. Zero Sunday off. On the event of Diwali, you may be given holiday. 31st December और 1st January, दोनों में से कोई एक दिन छुट्टी मिलेगा. That's it. All right. Even on 15th August, you'll have to come. We'll sing Jana Gana Mana and then start studying. All right. So think in this way. Simple. You have to understand the simple logic. I am an economist, so I think about input. When I'm taking any particular trade also, मैं पहले risk देखता हूँ, उसके बाद reward देखता है. Right. It is also a skill. Why it is so that 95% of people trading in the market, they are losing money because they don't know how to define their risk appetite. They are taking too much of a risk. So 95% people who are losing money is going to the 5% people who are winning the game. Right. My students also used to lose a lot of money. Sir, यहाँ पे social media में देखा, ये stock buy कर लिया, वो stock buy कर लिया. Then I got frustrated with it. So say, ठीक है, I created a group. I said, ठीक, join कर लेने का. Whatever I buy, you buy, just copy my trade. But I will only give you long-term trade. All right. When you want to exit, your wish. If I give you swing trade, I'll tell you the stop loss. But you can only copy it. right? And students are making money. So freely I give, no problem. If it's happiness, you distribute it to everybody. All right, what will I get? I have to type one message, okay, this particular stock I'm buying it for long term, 5, 6 years down the line. And the problem comes no when some student says, sir, why the stock has come down? For example, I'll give you an idea. I mentioned about MCX. In 2021, when I created a group, long term खरीद लो. Long term मतलब आप minimum 5 times, 6 times होगा. MCX has given 1500% return, 1500% return. One day MCX fell down by 7%. Student asking, sir क्यों गिरा? बोला जब वो 1500% गया तो पूछा क्यों नहीं, क्यों उठा वो? Imagine the greed. 1500%. It means 100 rupees stock has become 1500. You're not asking, sir, why it has gone to 1500? And from 1500 it has come down to 1400. बोला sir क्यों गिरा वो? अरे good companies also the price comes down because those people who have bought they will want to book their profit. Selling pressure comes, it will fall down. But if it's a good stock, it will go up. All right. Precision Wire last October I had mentioned already is given 100% return. Just 1 month, 3 weeks back I had mentioned, Garware High Tech Films, Sai Life Sciences. They've already given a run up of 20% each. But the thing is, you have to decide when you want to book profit. Do you want to hold it for long term or short term? Anyways, so risk and reward में मैं सोचता हमेशा. Think in this way. You are not even sacrificing every Sunday for the next 4 years. No. Only the duration of time when you're doing coaching. Intermediate maybe Sunday you have to come. You're only sacrificing that. It means in that 4 years, 1.5 years worth of Sunday you have to sacrifice. That's it. Or maybe 2 years. It means 52 into 2. 104 Sundays you have to sacrifice. If you're saying, I want to become CA, that will make my life way easier, but I'm not willing to sacrifice 100 Sundays, 104 Sundays, then please, you are at the wrong spot, right? All we want you is to sacrifice 4 holidays, all right? 4 Diwalis, correct? 4 New Years, 4 events, so that the remaining 60, 65, 70 events you can enjoy. And you talk about the input and output. Input is 4 years. The output you will reap for the rest of your life. If you're saying, sir, how my life will be for the next 65 years, I don't care. ये 4 साल में मेरे को मस्ती करने का है. कर लो मस्ती. And then for the next 60 years, you will cry. All right. So kind of life you want, it depends on you. We will work our best. We will push you very hard. Do you want to have a life wherein after 10 years time, 20 years time, you are thinking about ये restaurant में जाएगा क्या बहुत expensive है भाई family of 4 dinner 5000 rupees लगेगा अभी नहीं चलते हैं you're thinking about spending 5000 rupees in a restaurant. Do you want to have this lifestyle or do you want to have a lifestyle says इंडिया में बहुत गर्मी हो गया चलो वेकेशन के लिए कहीं इटली चलते हैं स्विट्जरलैंड चलते हैं बेल्जियम से घूम के आते हैं I can afford. I will go. Let's go. Pack our bag at decide at one night. Next morning you leave. Do you want to have this lifestyle? First one or the second one? ये free का नहीं आता है. There is an investment required, and this investment is this 4 years of sweat and blood that we are asking from you. Give this 4 years. Sacrifice this 4 years, and you don't have to sacrifice everything. भाई entertainment करो, movie देखो, cricket खेलो, सब खेलो, but please study also. Even if you allocate the remaining of the time, 30% to your study. Remaining 70% do whatever the hell you want to do. Sleep adequately. जो remaining time है 7-8 hours में 10 hours में 3 hours you give for study 7 hours do whatever you want you will be successful. That's a guarantee. Little by little you have to build your career on a daily basis. So anyways, let's come back to it. So if I'm studying about the entire sector that is primary sector, is it macro or micro? It is macro, not micro. Why? Because do you think in the primary sector only one type of good is produced? In the primary sector, Do you think only agriculture is there? No, agriculture is there. Minerals extraction is business is there. Oil and natural gas extraction is there. Fisheries are there. Animal husbandries are there. So are they producing one thing? No. So it is macro. So one minus for you. If I say in the primary sector, analysis of only agriculture sector, is it micro or macro now? Micro, again it's macro. Again one negative, especially for the ones who have studied economics in their class 12. Why micro? Why macro? Because in the agriculture, it includes horticulture. एग्रीकल्चर में फूड क्रॉप भी प्रोड्यूस होता है, कैश क्रॉप भी प्रोड्यूस होता है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल कॉटन इज अ कैश क्रॉप, शुगर केन इज अ कैश क्रॉप, राइस इज अ फूड क्रॉप, ragi is a food crop, pulses are a food crop. Their usage is different. I have to eat rice and I can wear cotton converting into a shirt. Can I eat cotton and wear rice? बोला क्या खाया आज? कॉटन खाया मैं. ये क्या पहना हुआ है? राइस पहन के आया है. ऑलराइट, डॉग विल स्टार्ट चेजिंग ऑन यू ऑन द रोड. आज तो राइस खाएगा and you will be left with no rice to protect you. So different commodity hai. So now it is still macro. Okay. Third one. Third time is a charm. You're getting the idea, yes or no? That's the most important thing. And if you've learned the idea in a humorous way, you will remember. रट्टा मार मार के कुछ नहीं होता है. Analysis of production of rice in India. Rice. Now, is it micro or is it macro? Macro again. Why macro? Different types of rice are produced. Again wrong. Now it is micro. Why? Because rice is rice. It's used for consumption. You cannot say, sir, brown rice है, red rice है, basmati rice है, ये rice है, वो rice है. Rice is rice. Alright. Now it becomes micro. Right. If I analyze the production and sale of mangoes in India, you cannot say, sir, Alfonso, and then क्या क्या variety आता है, all those things. No, mango means mango. Understood? Let's go to secondary sector. Secondary sector में manufacturing sector आता. If I try to analyze entirety, in entirety the manufacturing sector, secondary sector, is the analysis micro or macro? Macro. Any other idea? Don't let me confuse you. I will confuse you to make you correct the next time. Micro or macro? Anybody with micro? बोलो रे. क्या? How many with macro? Raise your hand. ये देखो, only one bugger is एक. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So how many with micro? None. So macro में 7, micro में none. Remaining what? Neither BJP nor Congress, then what? कहीं तो आ जाओ. सीपीएम झंडा लेके आएगा. मेरे पास आएगा ये लोग. ये तो फेंस के ऊपर बैठा है. Tell me, dear, remaining 95% of you, 98% of you have not raised the hand either for macro or micro. So what is it? I won't answer. The answer is macro. Why? Because in the secondary sector, steel is produced, electronics are produced, clothes are produced, this table is produced. Correct? Do they have the same usage? No. Are they the only single commodity? It means for same purpose people buy it? No. You buy a washing machine for, I'll come to that now, it's macro. Now, if I say analysis of electronic sector, now electronic sector comes under secondary sector. अभी पूरा secondary sector नहीं लिया, but understanding how durable goods and electronic sector has performed in India. Is it micro or macro? Micro. Macro होगा. Why? Because in electronics you get a digital watch also. You get a washing machine also, you get a microwave oven also. Their utility is different. I cannot cook food in my washing machine and wash cloth in a microwave. Try doing it. All right. All the best. If your house doesn't catch fire. So their utility is different. If I say analysis of mobile phone market in India, micro, are you sure? भाई 4 कैमरा वाला फोन 5 कैमरा वाला फोन 2000 का फोन purpose is communication. It doesn't matter what it is micro. Now you are getting a hang of it. It is micro. It doesn't matter how many companies are producing. So remember, there is a misconception that has not been clarified in many of the books that I've gone through, even NCRT. They say that group of firms which forms industry is macro. No, 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 no. Group of firms that makes up the industry, if these group of firms are producing different goods, it is macro then. But the group of firms are producing one single commodity, it becomes a micro. For example, if I take the group of firms which is producing all electronics, that is macro. But if I take the industry of mobile phone, again group of firms but producing one commodity, that becomes micro. So if I take steel industry, now steel is produced by Tata Steel, Mittal Steel, Arcelor Steel, Prakash Steel, Steel Authority of India Limited, all these companies, is it micro or macro? Micro. Why? Because product is one, maybe different forms, but product is one. It becomes a micro. Tertiary sector, likewise, in tertiary sector, you have transportation, insurance, banking, and so on and so forth. Warehousing, wholesale, retail, online e-commerce, ये सब कुछ civil aviation, railway transportation, metro, public transportation, सब macro में सब service industry में आता है. In fact, you will be also joining service industry. So analysis of the entire service sector, is it micro or macro? Macro. But if I say analysis of financial sector, now financial sector mein banks comes, capital market, stock market comes, insurance company comes, NBFC, non-banking financial companies come. So is it mutual fund companies also come? Is it macro or micro? Macro, because the instrument are different, and insurance is not is for safety purpose, protection, but an FD is an investment. A mutual fund is also investment, but it's a different category of investment, correct? Which is little more risky than FD. If you buy an equity only, that is even more risky but higher return. But if I say analysis of the banking industry in India, you have ICICI Bank, HDFC Bank, Axis Bank, all the public sector bank like SBI, Canara Banks, और क्या है ये? Micro. Why? Because you cannot say, sir, Axis Bank is giving 7%, ICICI is giving 6.5% on FD. How it is same? Like commodity is same, interest rate is different. Just like mango is same. Some mango is more sour, some mango is more sweet, but it's bloody mango. All right, clear? Understood the difference between micro and macro? Clear? You want a breather now? Want to relax for 5 minutes? Yes. Okay. 5 minutes. Right. So relaxed. Now pay attention. Now, microeconomics is related to a very specific word with regard to allocation of resources. Now, what does allocation means? Allocation means distribution basically. So when anybody allocates resource, whether it's an individual who is running a household or whether it's a businessman who is running many businesses, not one, then how do you think all resources are allocated by him? Let's say, for example, I'm running my household and I have to pay for grocery bill, electricity bill, rent, and everything. Let's say 10 obligations I have, and I have 2 lakh rupees. So, do you think I'll do in this way? 2 lakh rupees, 10 obligations, 20,000 divided into everybody? I'll figure out where I need to spend more and where I want to spend less. Where I am spending more, but I need to cut down. So, you will pick up each of the things and analyze it in particular. Likewise, I'm selling mobile phones also, I'm selling pencils also, I'm selling ceiling fans as well. Do you think if I want to increase the production by putting extra money, do you think I will put exact amount of money in every business? No, I will have to figure out, okay, for this particular ceiling fan, what is the, I'll do demand forecasting, that how much is the demand will rise in future. So if I expect the demand will rise more compared to a pen, then or a pencil, then I'll put more money in that business and less money in another business. So the word allocation is closely related to microeconomics, because microeconomics talks about what to produce, how to allocate resources, how much to produce, again, how to allocate resources. Everything is about allocation of resources. So let's write down a brief definition first, then we'll segregate between micro and macro. Write down. The subject of economics can be divided. The subject of economics can be divided into two broad categories. Into two broad categories. That is microeconomics and macroeconomics. Microeconomics and macroeconomics. Full stop. Both micro and macroeconomics are interdependent. Both micro and macroeconomics are interdependent. Interdependent. Full stop. Now write down microeconomics. Write down. The word micro, the word micro has been derived from the Greek word micros, 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 which means small. Full stop. Microeconomics is related to Microeconomics is related to allocation of economic resources. Related to allocation of economic resources. Underline allocation of economic resources. Underline allocation. Full stop. Under microeconomics, we study a singular aspect of the entire economic system. of the entire economic system. Like single household or a single firm or a single firm or an industry consisting of many firms consisting of many firms that produces a specific product like steel industry, mobile phone industry. Full stop. Under microeconomics, we study about the following. Under microeconomics, we study about the following. Under microeconomics, we study about the following. Number one, theory of demand and supply. Now, why theory of demand and supply? Who can tell me? Because when we are talking about demand, I'm talking about the price of that product and the demand for one particular product. I'm not talking about the price of everything taken together, uska average, and the demand for everything that is taken together, uska average. No, that is illogical. Why? Because the demand for a mobile phone will be due to different reasons compared to the demand for mangoes. All right, they are not the same commodity. So it means if I'm talking about demand, I'm talking about demand for mangoes, which will be compared with the price of mangoes, not anything else. I'm talking about demand for air conditioner, then it will be compared with the price of air conditioners and nothing else. So that's why demand and supply both are related to only price on a particular commodity. That's why under microeconomics we study. Then we also study about theory of consumer behavior. Now consumer behavior is not the same for every product. So if suppose you like ice cream, you hate burger. If I say combine ice cream and then burger and tell me whether you like both together, hate or hate both together. बोले सर ये कैसे हो सकता है? I like ice cream but I hate burger. Now you're saying average बताओ इसका like कितना उसका hate कितना? Is it possible for me to tell you? No. So consumer behavior revolves around utility, and utility is with regard to the respective product. I may like a product, I may dislike a product, right? So theory of consumer behavior. Theory of consumer behavior. Next, theory of production, theory of cost, etc. Theory of production, theory of cost, etc. Now under macro. Now why theory of production? Because when I'm producing a pencil, I'm producing a laptop. Will I say I'll add up cost of everything and then find out my average cost? Well, what stupidity! Because it could be a possibility that your cost of production is under control in terms of laptop, but your cost of production is out of control. That will reduce your profit in case of pen. So it means for laptop production you don't need to do anything, let it happen the way it is happening because it's good enough. But for pen you have to reduce your cost of production. Will you be able to find out which commodity is pushing up your cost of production if you combine all the costs together and look at it? No. So individually you have to look at everything. Next, macroeconomics. The word macro, the word macro is derived from the Greek word macros, 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 which means large, which means large. Under macroeconomics, under macroeconomics, we study about the overall averages and aggregates. The overall averages or aggregates, like underline overall averages and aggregates, like national income and GDP. Now, what is national income? Income earned by you know economic units in every sector. GDP, gross domestic product, it means the market value of goods and services produced in one country by everybody. So, am I not taking the aggregate production of the entire country? That becomes macro. If I talk about unemployment, again, I'm talking about government doesn't give you unemployment for each specific subsector. If government gives you an unemployment data, it is for the entire country. So, unemployment, theory of unemployment. Taxes, is it macro or micro? But if I say direct taxes, no, macro again. Direct taxes on whom? A sole proprietor also pays income tax. A doctor also pays income tax. A joint stock company also pay on their profit. It is known as corporate income tax. So when I say direct taxes, do I mean taxes are imposed on a specific kind of people who are producing or providing a specific kind of goods or services? No. So even if it's direct, it's macro. It's indirect, it's macro. So write down theory of tax. General price level. What is the general price level? Inflation. It is also macro because we take a basket of commodities and find out the average change in the price of that commodity. Right? Foreign trade, export and import of one thing, not many things. Medicine also, car also, CT scan also, everything. So foreign trade, etc. Now let's come to the idea about relationship between economics and business economics. Relation between economics and business economics. Are they the same? The answer is no. Then what is economics and what is business economics? Let's figure out first the clear difference between the two. You see, the subject of economics provide tools. What are these tools? Tools in the form of various laws and theories. Now, these tools can be used for business decision making. So, when a businessman or a business manager uses the laws of economics to take decision in the running of his or her business, then those decisions are known as business economic decisions. But it is not as simple because the laws of economics, even though it provides you the tool to take economic business decision, but you cannot blindly apply these laws because there are a lot of assumptions and exceptions associated with these laws. And moreover, these laws are made not specific to a particular economic environment. It means the same economic law will may not work during times of recession, but it will work only during times of expansion. Correct. So you cannot blindly apply the law. Say, for example, law of demand says price decreases, quantity demanded increase. Correct. I wanted to enter into the business of making shampoo. So मेरे को भी हैंडी डैंड्रफ एंटी डैंड्रफ शैम्पू बनाने का है. So most popular brand in India is Head and Shoulder. I found out that a 200 milliliter bottle of Head and Shoulder is sold at rupees 500. Now somebody told me about law of demand. Dude, पता है तेरे को? You can beat Head and Shoulder. You produce the same shampoo and sell in the market at 50% discount. All right. So I said, okay, why? Because the law of demand says that. Because if the same shampoo is available at 50% discount, people will buy your product and nobody will buy Head and Shoulder. So I introduced a new shampoo brand. I call it only head shampoo. What shoulder? Forget the shoulder, it takes care of only head. And the same shampoo. Because if I start Head and Shoulder, that I will be violating their trademark right. So same 200 ml, but now I'm selling at rupees 250. So the law of demand, according to the law of demand, most of the people who are buying Head and Shoulder should come and buy my shampoo. So demand for Head and Shoulder will fall down and demand for only head will increase. But even if I do, after I do that, I found out that people are not interested in my shampoo. Out of 100 people come going to a retail unit, 99 are purchasing Head and Shoulder. एक बंदा कोई चांस लेके खरीद लिया है only head shampoo. Does it mean that the law of demand is wrong? No, it means you are wrong. Why? Because you forgot about ceteris paribus, which says other factors assumed to remain constant. In reality, other factors do not remain constant. Now, this company, Head and Shoulder, has been in the industry since very long. It has created a trust factor, and that trust factor has turned into what we call it as brand equity, which is the goodwill and associated personal preference of the consumer associated with this. You are nobody. Nobody knows about you. You have zero brand equity. People don't know about you, neither of your shampoo. Most of the people, they will think, ये कौन सा brand आ गया, only head बेच रहा है सस्ता. They'll be afraid to use your shampoo. People will think, what if I use the shampoo and never have to use shampoo ever again in my life? एक बार लगाया और खत्म. Life झिंगा लाला. Tension खत्म life का. You wake up, no hair, no problem. Yeah, I enjoyed my life when I had no hair. I shaved one day. कोविड के बाद मैं बोला बोर हो रहा था चलो शेव कर देते हैं पूरा हेड. I shaved it. All right. And I found out that it is so peaceful because you see, there is no difference between your face and your head. You wash your face and wash your head. Your head is one face. And when you wash your head, you put water and stand under the fan or the AC. Oh, you feel like oh, water is evaporating. Your head is cooling. And my daughter also enjoyed because she was always ready with all the 5 6 sketch pen in her hand, both the hands. She used to sit on my and do all the drawing. Only problem was my wife told me that you have turned into a psycho because next to my house, next to my house, there was a park and a lot of trees are there. So there, what happens? Mosquito will come. So I have mosquito nets and everything. But suddenly I'm watching Netflix. Now mosquito has more surface, easy accessible. They have to sit on my head. And suddenly I'm watching TV and my wife said, grow hair. So she forced me to grow back hair. But anyways, people will not buy the shampoo because you don't have brand equity, you don't have trust factor. So the laws of economics was correct. Your application was wrong. You ignored the preference of the consumer. On the other hand, if suppose there is another brand which is already in the market and which has already have a trust factor, all right. Let's say for example, कौन सा shampoo आता है और L'Oreal का और Pantene का shampoo आया. If they reduce the price, then there is a possibility the demand for Head and Shoulder will go down and demand for this shampoo will increase. If ITC, which also sells FMCG product, if it issues comes out with a new head and shoulder shampoo, then there is a possibility that the demand for head and shoulder here it will come down, right? So you must have a brand equity. Does it mean that a new company can never tap into the market? No, no, you can tap into the market, but you have to do your homework. How? You go to the market, find out consumer behavior, find out in which area, how many people are buying what kind of shampoo. Then you will give them a small sachet as advertisement, ask them to use it and give the feedback, collect their feedback, ask them how much money they will be willing to pay. They've already used the sachet. Now start with a small bottle and you can then price it lower so people will try because they've already tried your sachet. If you are offering a good product, then people will come back. And once the demand for your product is increasing, then if you give them even more discount, then your demand will increase. So what you have done your homework. You have analyzed the market, you have analyzed the environment, and then you have introduced the product. Now the law of demand will work in your favor because now you have become a recognized brand, just like Procter and Gamble that sells head and shoulder shampoo. Correct? All right. You see, my father-in-law, he is crazy about Baba Ramdev. All right. If Baba Ramdev was a woman, this bugger would have got married to Baba Ramdev. He's a very good investor, good mindset. But when it comes to Baba Ramdev, you say that Baba Ramdev जो बोला वो है, right? So one day I was, and when he arrives and lives with me, my house turns into Patanjali, Dant Kanti, toothpaste, Kesh Kanti, that hair oil. One day I was making noodles. I like noodles. Sometimes I make. So he appears from behind. He said suddenly to me, "बाबा का noodles खा के देखो कभी." Ah, noodles. I never knew that Patanjali also make noodles. The thing is, Patanjali doesn't have a brand equity, and Baba can lure middle-aged guys and old guys. Baba cannot lure you. So, if Baba Ramdev gives you a discounted Patanjali, it's available at a much lower price compared to Maggie. But how many of you, and it's available from last 4 5 years, how many of you have tried Baba Ramdev's noodle? Patanjali noodles? जो खाया वो भी नहीं हाथ उठाएगा अभी. All right. So what I want to say, brand equity plays a very, very important role because the moment I say instant noodle, majority of you will think about that yellow packet. All right. 70% of the instant noodle market is captured by Nestle alone. Nestle is the one which makes Maggie. All right. So laws of economics will work. But remember, business economics decision is also known as managerial economic, business economic, because you are taking management decision. It involves multidisciplinary application of knowledge. Meaning what? If I'm starting a business today, I must have an idea about marketing. I must have an idea about finance. I must have an idea about demand and supply. बोलो सर इतना आइडिया किसके पास होगा? You don't need to know the laws of economics. A businessman who is into business, they knows भाई इस एरिया में there are more people, their income is increasing, चलो यहाँ पर आते हैं, demand ज़्यादा है, they are spending. I can figure out in various shops this product is already there. So if you go from one shop to another shop to another shop to another shop, and you will ask them that which is the most sold product in each of the shop, will you not get a fair idea that each of the shop are keeping this particular product in larger quantity? So it means if I sell this product, people will come and buy. Even a small kirana owner also he writes his, हाँ देखा होगा ना छोटा पर्ची में लिख के expenses लिखता है वो. It may not know about golden rule of accountancy, but he knows about कितना आया और कितना गया और कितना बचा. He knows about it. All right. And if you want to expand your business, you may not have an idea about it. We are living in the 21st century today, wherein there are companies who are offering you specialized services the same. So you can take the help of those companies. For example, consultancy firms क्या करता है? Accenture, this and that. I say that, okay, I have been running this business, but I want to hive off, I want to start another business. I don't know what is the demand for this product. I cannot perform the research, so then I will hire a consultancy firm. A lot of people, financial expert, marketing expert, all right, they will be working in those fields. The company will create a team. That team of people will go and collect the data at how many people are buying what kind of product from, what is the demand for this product in the market, what is their cost of production, what is their margin of profit, everything will be done by that company, and a report is provided to me. We'll say how to implement the report. Well, don't worry, sir, we will implement it. Then those people will set up my business only. I will have to just give them their money. Consultancy business is a big business. They will hire people, they will organize my business, they will also find a place wherein I set up my factory. I have to pay them a fee. Welcome to the business of consultants. All right. So you have to have knowledge about everything. And if you don't have that knowledge, you have to hire people with that knowledge. You must know how much of finance to raise. What should be the rate of interest? Higher rate of interest will eat into your profit margin. Then you have to think about what is the living standard of the people in this area. All right. You have to know about how to do budgeting. Everything you have to know about. And that's when you combine all these things together, that's what we call a business management or business economic decision making. Clear? Hai? So that's the relationship between economics and business economics. So I'll not take it any further. I'll stop here because there are a lot of things I have to explain you. What is a business economic decision? What is not a business economic decision? It will take me another 15-20 minutes. So we'll do this tomorrow, and tomorrow we'll wind up chapter 1. In chapter 2, from there, the diagram will start to flow in. It's very, you have to be very fresh in your head when you come to the class. Take adequate sleep and come back. All right. See you tomorrow. Class will start sharply at 7:30 in the morning. Okay. Bye bye. Take care. Bye, everyone. Yeah, you can leave. You can leave.